Boy, Country Chris, and we back at it again. More races, more fun, more things to do. So ain't nothing left to do but to let it go. We do what we do. Man, I'm gonna do a run right now, and then I'm gonna switch over to ZZZ. So it's not gonna be uh a long stream right now. But I will come back and play this later on today because you know day two, round one is a thing. So for CM purposes, we will be back on that fairly quickly. Um, let's see.
So we could clear this little bit of stuff. Alternatively, I could smash that with a hammer, but we're not gonna. No, 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 no.
Sorry, y'all hear my YouTube. Big time playing in the background. Let's put my headphones on for it.
Maybe it feels better.
All right. Uh, does she give herself taking the lead? She does. Okay. Ten, 20, 30, 45. Um, fuck. Um, Big time was hilarious. Those guys were hilarious. Hope everybody's having a great day too. I hope you're enjoying your Friday. Don't worry, the weekend is almost here. Just a few more hours if you're chilling at work. If you're not at work and you're off today, then welcome to the weekend. Happy to have you. Happy to be here. Happy to be there. Happy you're there. If you're at school, get off your phone and pay attention to your teacher or your professor. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, get off your phone and pay attention to your teacher or slash professor. I you y'all realize I can see who sees me, right? Like I can see who is literally here. When your favorite streamer wants you to get an education. You know, that's kind of something that I always was like weirded out by. Is I see a whole bunch of content creators and none of them ever say, "Hey, make sure you get your education." Like at least graduate college and give, or at least graduate high school and give college take some college courses so you can learn some things. I'm not saying get a whole degree. You don't have to do that, but I mean if you can, then do it. It's just gonna make your life easier. Because despite the fact that school costs so much, you will get paid more if you can find a job in that career path. And if I were you and I was young right now, just getting into the workforce time era, what I would be going for would be HVAC, welding, mechanic, something like that. Because that's a job that AI can't take. Until robots literally start driving themselves around inside of maintenance vehicles and pulling up the spots and fixing problems on the spot, it's not gonna happen. You know, I think you have a safe job that way. Same thing goes with welding, because robots would melt themselves unless it's a literal like one of those giant machines with one arm that welds. That's different. I'm talking about like showing up to your house. You needed something welded. It shows up to your house. Yeah, that's not going. AI's not going to take care of that. Nope. You got to do that yourself. You know what? Just to prove to you how easy welding is. That's not true either. this dude, my boy Brian on Big Time talking about some. I've never welded in my life. This dude welds every week. Like maybe twice. Yo, I don't like the wit, bro. It's bugging. It's messing with me. Kitty is like her wit game is it kills me every time. So it's like, why are you so bad at gaining wit? So we might have to do 2 or 3 runs. We'll see after the at the first inspiration. We'll see how it is. If it's bad, then we'll tank the run and start over. Because I realize it's like literally I think the game is set up on a 4 run basis, on a 4 to 5 run basis. What I mean by that is the luck, your quote unquote RNG, resets every 5 runs. So after you do 5 runs with a character, whatever your best character is, that's probably the best you're gonna be able to high roll with it. But it does reset after 5 runs. Even if you don't change the parents, you know what I'm saying? Even if you don't change anything, just keep doing that same run over and over, you will high roll one of them. Which is part of my problem. I just don't have enough time to do the runs to get high rolls. It's not like Unity Cup or you know what I'm saying? They didn't make it, they didn't set it up in a way where you could quickly go through a run in 30 minutes. Like see. Uh, yeah, we'll use that. I'm gonna use some wasted up free heal. Give me the stats. Ooh, another one. 20. Ooh, 20 inch. Yeah, 20 inch. Let's go. 20 NG. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Perfect. How that worked out. We got free stamina, guts, mood and speed for that first usage of what Rico, and then Fufu pops up and gives us 20 energy. Hey, I'm good with it. Oh yeah, I like this. Here we go. Mood again, yeah. I'm getting all my moods now, which is not good. Like I like those spread out through the runs, like one of those mood events a year. I want a Chinese made fake 86. I would call it the cake 86 or the tofu runner. That's what I would call it. Either cake 86 or the tofu runner. I am looking it up too. Like I looked and saw how much it costs, man. It only costs like $2,000 or $3,000 to get one, like a body sent to you, not the whole car. But it only costs like 2 or 3 grand to get a body sent to you of a Panda Gran Torino, basically. It's just a Chinese version. Like they just all it is they just made the body, the original body, and that's like they made the car, but you know, China does what China does. China takes everybody else's inventions that make billions of dollars, and then they just copy it. I mean, look at what China's done to its military. Every time we come out with an aircraft, they're trying their best to use one of their 2 or 3 thousand spies that's in America at any given time. By the way, yeah, they've been here a while, and they're trying to get up in these aircraft and military. They're trying to get up the military standing into a higher military spot, to send that kind of stuff back to China. That's how China got that new F-35 clone that they have, that new Lightning clone. That's how they got it. It's leaked intelligence. And the person that leaked it is already in prison. They already caught him. They caught him on his way out of JFK, I believe. He was in JFK about to fly back towards, I want to say like Taiwan or something, and then head over to China because America's not going to have any connecting flights straight to China. Not right now. With everything going on and what's going on in the Middle East and Russia and the communism and China's part of that bubble, it's a whole, yeah, it's hard to get anything out of China right now. So that 2 or 3 thousand body usually would be like 1,300, $1,500, but because of everything going on, tax more. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump is basically double taxing China for everything. So you know, I, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Oh, softball's on. Let's see what's happening in the movie world today. What did Christopher Nolan do, bro? They're what? They're changing the Odyssey. Why? Why are you changing? Why are they changing the Odyssey, bro? I don't get it. What would be the point of changing the Odyssey story? Like, there's literally no reason. Well, Cleopatra wasn't white. She wasn't black either. Cleopatra was African and Middle Eastern. That's what Egyptians are. They're Middle Eastern. They're not black nor are they white. Like the whole story of the Bible always confuses me. Like when I see like pictures of Jesus and the angels and stuff, they either always wholly white for whatever reason, which doesn't make sense because if you're in the sun, there's no way you're going to stay white. You're going to be tan. That's the first thing. And then secondly, they ain't black either because they're not African. Some of them come from Africa and came and moved to Egypt, but that was in the beginning of the civilization. After a while, you know, obviously, you got a whole bunch of Africans, you got a whole bunch of Middle Easterns mixing together. They're gonna look like they're African American, basically. Like they're not gonna be super dark, like you see in Ghana and other parts of Africa, but at the same time, they're not gonna be they're not gonna look necessarily Middle Eastern either. It's literally gonna be right in the middle of the two, which is they're gonna look American. They're gonna look like they're Black Americans. That's, I mean, even if you read the Bible and you know the Bible, then you would know the description of the apostles and Jesus. I don't know of any Caucasian Americans, or you know what I'm saying, or just Caucasian people in general that come from other nations that are born naturally with short, curly, black, dark hair and skin of bronze. It doesn't happen that way. Two white people cannot make a black baby. That's it. It can't happen. Now, a white person and a black person can make a appearing to be white child. Because you know what happens? When you mix white and white too much, you lose the melanin that protects you from the sun. That's what, and it's kind of crazy when you think about it, because like the way racism works is like some people, a lot of people just don't believe in mixing races in general. And I'm just sitting there like, you don't believe in mixing races, but you yourself have at least three or four different races inside of your one lineage. Whether you want to admit it or not, you do. Whether it's Native American, whether it's African, whether it's Irish, German, British, like there is no person that is only German. There is no person that's only British. There is no person that's only Irish. I've seen black Irish, speaking of which, especially after World War II, black Frenchmen, half black, you know, all over France, all over Germany. After World War II, a lot of soldiers from America chose to stay in these countries out of the country because in the country, it was just way rougher to live as an African American. It's just how history works. It was way rougher to live as an African American in America in the 40s through the 60s and before that, obviously. So, I mean, if I went to World War II and I served in World War II, I might not come back to America. Just simply based on, especially if I don't have a family already, I'm probably not going to come back to America. I got the chance to get out of the country. I have a chance and a way to have to not come back to the country legally, as long as the government in the country that I want to stay in will accept me. It happened. Noted. Clear evidence. You can look it up. You don't have to look it up. You can just use common sense. You can watch just about any war movie from World War II. At the end of the movie, even Red Tails, for instance, Red Tails, even in Red Tails, it happens. Like a couple of the Tuskegee Airmen literally stayed behind in France after the war. Like they just didn't come back to America. It happens. Same thing with American soldiers. Like just it don't matter what color you are, but just saying, at that time, to be black and in America was not a good combination. Because all you were doing was they sent you to die. You didn't die, so now you got to come back and be stepped on for the rest of your life without without the vets department. Because you gotta remember, African Americans, they didn't get any kind of veteran security or any of that kind of stuff when they got back. They literally just got dropped back off in society and said, "You're not a soldier anymore. Never mind all the horrors and atrocities that you've been through. You should be a perfectly good candidate for being a normal person in society." And then when these people go bonkers or lose their mind or something crazy happens to them and they react by killing said person after being in a war for 4 years, what do you think is going to happen? You gotta think this is racist America we talking about in the 40s. What do you think those guys did when they came back? Try to go look for a job, try to go to a normal restaurant after not being in this segregated society for 4 years and then coming back to it and being forced to live inside of it. Like y'all think like some people think that that our grandparents or and our great grandparents were just like psychotic. No, they weren't psychotic. That's the way the world worked. It still works that way. We just don't see it. And it's fine because they framed it in a way where it's just disparity in wealth gain. So they don't call it racism anymore. All they did was just take what they already had and just everybody just built off of it. So they're not racist anymore for not wanting to deal with this subsect of people. They just moved away from everybody and started their own community. Matter of fact, it's happening now. There are different places in the United States right now that are starting white only communities, black only communities, Hispanic only communities, Jewish only communities, Somali only communities. It's like when you think about it, does the term divided we fall, united we stand, does that not come to mind for anybody? Apparently not, because they would rather fight race wars than to come together and have a cohesive government where we can make a lot of things better. But there are these one percenters out here in different races of all the different races that live in America that are basically pushing the races apart from each other. You got black people trying to trying to gatekeep hairstyles, which is fucking ridiculous. You got you know immigrants coming into the country that are claiming that Americans are just racist towards immigrants, which how does that even work? Because the immigrants coming into the country are all shapes, sizes, and color. Like it's not, we don't have immigrants only coming from Ghana or only coming from, Puerto Rico or Mexico or whatever. No, we got immigrants coming from Korea, China, Japan. We got a lot. There's more people moving over here from Japan and China than anywhere else in the world. And you know what the crazy part is? They're not doing it illegally. I have yet to see a single Chinese or Japanese person come into this country and it's illegally done. But then we got a whole subset of one percenters out here in the far left that just decided, oh, border security, country security, that doesn't matter. Citizen security, that doesn't matter. And I'm just sitting here like, have y'all not been looking at New York? Did y'all not see what happened in California? Do you want your state on fire? Do you want your city burned down? Do you want your city looted? Do you want your home ran through? Do you want your home stolen by immigrants that are here illegally that then just squat in your house and literally force you to call the police to remove them? No, you don't want that. So why would you advocate for less border security? We need more. Use your brain. It's common sense. It's not even a hate thing. It's a common sense thing. And if you don't use it, then you lose it. And apparently a lot of my generation just chose not to use it. I'd say like 60% of millennials just choose not to use common sense. The other 40%, we are considered as conservatives, we're considered racist, we're considered bigoted, we're considered non-understanding, we're considered to be irrelevant, and we're considered to be toxic because we have standards and we don't change those standards based off of somebody else's feelings. And people hate that shit. That if you cannot be manipulated, people will hate you just in general, off principle, because they cannot control what you're doing. That's why you see a lot of couples just failing outright. Because if the guy is not a simp and she figures out he's not a simp, she can't manipulate him to do what she wants to do. She can't manipulate him to spend all of his money while she takes her paychecks and blows them on fake hair, weaves, and tattoos. You see what I'm saying? Like, or vice versa. She spend all her money while he spend all his money on video games, cigarettes, and alcohol or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna work. People just got to use common sense. And my generation has common sense. I just don't know why we aren't using it. All of us. I'm using mine. I use mine every day. It's like if you don't use your common sense, then there's no way you're going to be able to hold a job, keep an apartment or a house, pay the bills, do it and do what you need to do to survive as an adult. All you're going to do is say, I'm a victim. Help me. Government, pay for my bills. Find me somewhere to live. I can't do it. No, you can't do it because you told yourself you can't do it. It's simple. And the worst part is this will be completely normal ass people, not disabled people. Like for me, I got epilepsy, cerebral palsy, and scoliosis. By all means of that, I should be awarded a state. I shouldn't be working at all. I should be getting paid by the state at the house, away from jobs, away from businesses. That's why they do that. That's what SSI does. But instead, you got a whole generation of females coming up. And I say females because I don't hear about any guys doing this. But I say females, you got a whole generation of females telling other females, don't get a job, don't go to college, just find you be comfortable, go find you a man, have you some kids, and then contact the government and they'll find you a place to live, they'll give you money to live off of, da 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 da. Like, why would you try and teach that? Why would you teach that to your daughter? Like, who does that? Who teaches their daughter to live like that? Y'all want to be, I'm Miss Independent. I can do all bad all by myself. No, you don't. And no, you not. Because if you're getting paid from the government, you not Miss Independent. You Miss Dependent on the government to help you pay your bills. Like, it blows my mind. And then at the same time, these same people are the ones that keep having kids with multiple fathers. It don't make sense. You could have saved yourself a whole lot of trouble, a whole lot of heartache, a whole lot of break, a whole lot of problems by not having a whole bunch of kids. And nobody made you have kids. You chose to do that. So you can't even say, oh, it was just a mistake. Oh, it just happened. No, it don't just happen. You have to invite that kind of thing to happen. You know it's happening. You can literally feel it. You're living it. And then you want people to feel bad for you because you have 5 baby daddies and 7 kids? No, we don't. They want us to feel bad for them. Like what? You expect us to be, oh, you got 5 baby daddies and 7 kids? Oh, okay. Let me take care of all them kids for you. I'll come and save you. No, that ain't how that works. And then they end up salty and mad that nobody wants them. And nobody tell you the spread around town. Everybody wants to talk shit about how many girls guys sleep with. Actually, guys don't sleep with a lot of girls because girls have the final say so in who they sleep with or who they date. Girls have the final say so, not us. So they keep trying to the fact that they keep trying to play themselves off as victims in these situations is hilarious to me. How you gonna be the victim when you the one that chose to lay down, spread your legs, wide eagle style, and get at it? Whose fault is that? It's not the guy's fault. Not even the one that you're having fun with. It's not even his fault because it's your choice. We can't make any moves until we get authentication and certification from you that we can make that move. So how are we the playboys? Exactly. It don't make sense. It's just like wake up. What are you doing? I just be confused because I'd be like, what do you mean? You know? I'm like, I'm trying to figure it out. What are you talking about? Like, how did you arrive at this conclusion that guys, for some reason, have a bunch of women in their back pocket that we can just pull out of nowhere to have fun with whenever we want? That's not how the fuck that works. And you know why it doesn't work that way? Because all women think that same thing. All women think guys have a list of girls in their phone they can just pull up at any time. That's why they always so curious as to what you're doing on your phone. But you know what I noticed? I see more and more guys not on their phones. They'd rather be playing video games, outside playing with their kid, going for a walk, just chilling, taking a nap, fixing something, fixing their car, going on adventures. But what do I see with a lot of women? They're just online talking to each other through Twitter, sending each other videos all day, doom scrolling all day. But how are we talking to a whole bunch of females if we don't even have our phone for half the day? But we never come into the room and go, hey, why are you talking to a whole bunch of dudes? You know why we don't do that? Because we know what response we're going to get. It's going to be a heated response. Even a simple, that's not what's happening. Here, I'm on YouTube or TikTok. Good. See, look, I found this interesting video. Like, that's not how that works. It's an automatic response, and it's met with hatred and fury. And usually, when that happens, that's because you're right. If you go and ask your girl or guy, if you're a girl, if you're going to ask your homie, your boy, your husband, your man, whatever you want to call him, and he's super defensive about that phone, that's because they talking to somebody else. Same guys, same thing for you. If she's super defensive about her phone, that's because guys are in her inbox. They in her DMs. We not stupid. Like one of my exes thought I was stupid. I'm not stupid. I know you're not responding to your DMs, but I know there are plenty of guys in your DMs. How do I know? Because I see the pictures that you post. I saw what you were posting. I seen what you were doing. You don't think I know what cake pictures are? Duh. Like, is I know they're in their DMs. I know that. And the funny part is, they think we got girls all in our DMs. Nope. That's not how that works. Why is that? Because I just explained it. Guys want to have fun. So guys hit up girls. Girls respond. Guy keeps hitting up girl. Other way around doesn't work that way. If guy hits up girl, girl don't respond, guy ignores girl, leaves her alone, moves on with life. We don't got a whole bunch of girls hitting us up in our DMs. What you doing today? You want to hang out? Da 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 da. No, no. Because what I've realized is about half the time, about 50% of the time, that one girl that wants to hang out with you real bad, she already has a boyfriend. She just feels incomplete in her relationship because she chose not to try in her relationship, or he chose not to try in the relationship. So she's trying to look for grass that's greener on the other side. And everybody does this. It's not just the ladies. Everybody looks for grass that's greener on the other side. That's natural. That's normal. Fully expected. What I don't expect is for it to be taken, twisted, and manipulated into like this fucking man hate speech that is constantly dribbling out. Like this whole thing with if you're lost in the woods, would you rather run into a bear or a person? Like that delusional mindset is why y'all fucking stay single. Like those kind of dumbass responses that is cultivated on the internet and then pushed on the internet into other women's brains because y'all are easily manipulated and influenced by each other, which I whatever. I mean, y'all know what's happening and y'all still fucking choose to indulge in it. But whatever. Do you. Just don't let it affect me. You want to be infected, you want to be controlled, you don't want to have a free mind of your own. You want to be a slave to somebody else's mindset. You want to follow blindly, not know what's going on, but be part of the trend because you think that you're going to be a revolutionary somehow in women's politics. Then you keep doing that. Because when it doesn't happen, because you're not a Harriet Tubman, I'm going to laugh. That's why I'm laughing at my generation right now. Because they think they're revolutionaries, but they're not doing anything revolutionary. You see what I'm saying? They're complaining about stuff that one doesn't help our country, doesn't help the citizens, doesn't even help them. Like this whole thing with illegal migrants. That doesn't help anybody that lives in this country by letting illegal migrants just come here when it willy nilly. How does that help anybody? That is not going to help you. It's not going to help me. It's not going to help anybody poor or richer. Because you know what happens when you get illegal migrants that come into the country that don't want to be American but need the money? You know what they do? They steal, they rob, they kill, they sell uh goods under the counter to everybody that will buy them. They steal out of the stores and then sell those items on the side of the street, maybe in their own little small part of the town, wherever they are. And then on top of that, if you got places like that are building little Chinas, little Mexicos, little Puerto Ricos, or whatever, their own little subset, it's because they don't want to be a part of America. They just want American money because it's more valuable than their own currency. So they literally come here, work to get a whole bunch of American money to send it back to their country where the American dollar is worth 10 times as much just to try and get some money. They're not escaping war. They're not escaping famine. They're not escaping hunger. They just want more money. Like I used to think Americans were the greediest people on the planet, but when you think about it, every country that's sending us people here illegally are more greedy than we are because that's why they're sending them here. Instead of building an infrastructure and having an infrastructure built and maintained by their own government, instead of doing so and wanting to pay these people for doing said jobs, these people come here to get that same money and then send it back there. That means it never makes its way back to America. That means our tax dollars are going out the window. That means we're deeper in debt now than we were yesterday. That's the whole, by the way, that's the whole reason America is in debt to start with. because we were paying off our debts in the 40s, 50s, 60s. We were paying off our debts. What happened was what I just said. A whole bunch of money started getting transferred under the table, a whole bunch, right? And when that starts happening, then people start having problems. Issues start arising. Money starts going missing. Books don't add up. And then debt starts to occur because then you need to get more money loaned to you to pay your employees that you don't even have hired technically on your books. And that money gets funneled out of the country and it never comes back. And then that causes a whole litany of problems. For instance, but not limited to, the price of literally every motherfucking thing going up in price because y'all want to let illegals peoples just come into the country and then y'all want us to pay for them to be here illegally. You all realize, right? Y'all realize no other country does this except for maybe Britain. Hmm? Y'all realize that? No other country gives free health care and benefits to people that don't even live in that country, except for Britain and America. Now, I guarantee you, if we cut that off, a lot of people are going to want to stop coming to America so much. But as long as we let it go, they're going to keep coming in droves. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. Just give it a little bit more time. Let it cook. You're going to start seeing a whole lot of people get real mad about this exact situation that I'm talking about. Eventually, the left will have to change its mind because if they don't, then people are going to start like moving out of areas where they know there are leftists living. They're moving out, they're going to move out of the conservatives or alt rights are going to all move out of the area, just like New York, move out of the area and let the leftists deal with what they've created. That's how I feel about it. If you advocate for having illegal migrants just walk into the country and live here illegally, and it shouldn't be a problem, even if they've been here years, and it shouldn't be a problem, then you should be the one living in those communities with those illegal migrants. That's what I want to happen. That's what I would love to see happen. But you know what? It's not going to happen because the ones running these protests are upper middle class ladies that don't have anything better to do. And so they talk the underdeveloped into doing their bidding for them, the underdeveloped ladies that are younger than them from lower classes that have less education because they can't think for themselves and they already have a radical mindset because they're like the bull with the septum piercing. The reason that bull has had a septum piercing back in the day was so they can lead the bull around so it wouldn't hurt anybody or do anything crazy or try to pull away. And now women have tried to turn that into some kind of statement, which is dumb because that just tells me you like to be led around. Hola, ¿cómo estás? What they do? Yeah. What? Shaking my head. All right. I said shaking my head. All right. Well, I'll let you figure it out. Yes. All right. There ain't nothing for me to talk about. I mean, you already done been in this situation before. You know how it's gonna turn out eventually. So I'll let you deal with it. Hmm. I mean, what you want me to say? I mean, what you want me to say about it? It's not a smart idea. I mean, yeah, of course, but that's neither here nor there because that's your house, not mine. So you made that decision. Got lay in that bed. You know how it is. If you think that's better for you, then somebody that been with a long time, then that's better for you. Then I want you to be in a better place. I don't want you to be tore up, and beat down all the time. So, I mean, I saw it coming. That's why I asked this question few weeks ago, about 3, 4 weeks ago. I asked this same kind of question, and he was like, "Nah, nah, we just friends." Da 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 da. Uh huh. Okay. 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 Well, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I ain't letting none of my female friends move in with me. Not at all, because I know how that turns out. Everybody does. Vice versa, either way. Everybody knows how that goes. It's common sense, but hey, if you can make it work, then you can make it work. But do what you want to do. you know, you were grown and don't. I'm just looking at it objectively. I'm not trying to put nobody down. I'm just looking at it from a perspective from looking in from the outside and being in that kind of situation before. I've done that before. Didn't turn out very well. Right. We were together and had a child. Y'all are not together, nor do y'all have a child. We moved in together for a different reason because we were working towards something at that time. Y'all are just friends. You see what I'm saying? Y'all got two different goals. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that y'all are gonna get together. Could happen, but it is what it is. Not my business. But all I can do is warn, keep yourself safe. Don't put yourself in a situation where something crazy could happen as soon as you leave the house or something get gone missing or something. Somebody leaves the door unlocked and then something crazy happens. Like I just don't want nobody to end up in no crazy situation. Does that make sense? Okay. I just want to make it known. I ain't trying to hate. I ain't trying to be no type of way. You know what I'm saying? But speaking from a guy's perspective and being a guy, I know how this goes. Yeah. Why is he moving in with you if he already got a girl? He got kids? Exact. Why you think? Why is that the same thing? It's the same thing. It's the same thing we went through. It's the same thing. He's just like you know what? He's a lot like me. But I ain't gonna say nothing else past that. I'm just gonna let you figure it out. You gonna see life. But I wish you the best of luck on it. But just from hindsight and just understanding people and talking to people, hanging out with people with these said people for a little while. I got to learn a few things, and you'll see. I'm just what I learned. Well, I learned that he's not. Um, he did not. It sounded like he wasn't ready for a relationship when it happened, and then when it happened, he was kind of there and was trying to be there, and it just didn't work out. And so he's been trying to make it work out ever since, and it just didn't work that way. And so he's trying to move on. He's trying to get as far away from her as he can. That's what it sounds like. Hmm. Hmm. The way when you frame it like that, that sounds like you're gonna be in a relationship with him when you say it like that. You're just saying that's what it sounds like. I know that's what it sounds like though. Like think about it. If I was to come to you and say that, right, you would assume that I was getting into a relationship with somebody, right? Just you know, just off of context clues, right? Right? Okay. That's all I'm saying. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's Ember's birthday. So wait, it's Ember's birthday in a couple of days then. Monday. Because Amari's birthday was Monday. That's what I said. So wait, you mean 7 days from now? Oh, so it's 14 days after Amari's birthday. Okay. Okay, 18, not 14. Well, you said you oh, okay. The way you said it made it sound like it was exactly 2 weeks apart. At first, when I first heard it at the park, I thought it was they're like a week apart from each other. And then you're like, no, there's it's like it's longer than that. He told me it was like, no, 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 it's not a week. So this is just a bill thing. That's what you want. Yeah. Just a bill management kind of thing. That's that's literally what I was trying to say for like 6 months. That's why I was trying to protect you from like 6 months. That's why I kept trying to get you to come back to help you not have to pay so much in bills. But you was not trying to do that. No, you could. Yeah, in a relationship we don't work out. Why? We wouldn't have been in a relationship to why? Right. So why does it hurt you? If it don't hurt me and I was the target, You see what I'm saying? Then why don't you come hang out? Like, there's nothing stopping you from just coming and hanging out. Like, you and Amari could literally just come and hang out one day. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't, I don't understand. Like, if we're supposed to still be friends afterwards, then why wouldn't you come hang out? Like, you and Taylor used to do, or me, you, and Taylor and Mike used to do. You see what I'm saying? Like, we used to hang out on the weekends. Like, I don't see you unless you're just dropping off Amari to go and hang out with somebody else on the other side of the state, like for an event or something, or for an event or something. Like, I don't get that. Like, like even if we don't do anything, you know what I'm saying? It's just like this area here is calm, it's quiet, just like out there where, and at your friend's house. And the kids are starting to come outside more. Christian had a little cookout over there yesterday. Like, I just wish the kids would come out and everything during the weekend. Like, every time Amari's over here, Christian and them are just not here. Like, they're either, I think they're at what's her name's mom's house, his girl's mom's house or something during the week for like schooling or something. So they're never here on the weekends. Yeah, well, Christian's mom's house then. Yeah. So Amari's always like, yeah. So Amari always, every time she comes over, she's like, "Are my friends outside?" I'm like, "Sorry, baby. Like, I don't know why they don't come outside or come over here on the weekends. Like, I don't. They be here all week though." Mhm. Well, you don't have to do it like that. You ain't gotta say it like that. But I would like to know when they would when they, yeah. Like, if you hit her up with a whenever y'all were over on that side of town on the weekend, I'll let you know when I drop off Amari so she, so they can all play together. I'm sure she wants to see you. She probably ain't seen you in Lord knows how long. We spoke. Yeah, but I'm sure she wants to hang out. She's a millennial too. She likes to hang out. She was analog at one point, just like us. Now I'm like terminally online. I can't stand it. That's like my mind right now. It's like I'm stuck online, even though I'm born analog, like going outside and playing and doing shit. It's like I don't have the energy. God dang it. It sucks. Ugh. But yeah, that's and then the other thing about the whole house situation, I was just curious because I was just going off of context clues, like where you were, what you like. You see what I'm saying? Okay, because it was bugging me. It was eating at my brain because I was like, I need to know. Yeah, it's like I need to know because a lot of crazy stuff has been happening lately. Yep. Mm-hmm. Ooh, what happened there? What you talking about? Wrestling? What happened to that? One of those wrestlers? Uh-oh. Yeah, yeah. What happened with one of those wrestlers? What, he wanted to fuck her or something? What, bro? See, that's that. I told you, bro. I told you. Look. You remember when I told you that some people see that you're cuter than other girls? and they literally will try to mog you for that. This is what happens when you hang out with girls that are not on your level. I'm just saying, like, I mean, like, perceptually to a guy from the outside. I'm not saying like she's not a great person. You know what I'm saying? But I was just like, this is you're the pretty girl in the situation. You know what I mean? You're that pretty girl in the group. You know, so take it as a compliment. Don't let it get to you. Oh yeah, 100%. I don't say no. I ain't gonna fill you up full of lies. You know me. I'd rather tell you the truth and it hurt than gas you up and then you fall flat on your face later and break your leg. You know what I mean? I think that was one of those things that we kind of disconnected on, but the past is the past. Same, same. Yeah, that's why some days I just be like take those long ass naps in the afternoon because I just need to like mentally a break, and that's like the easiest way for me to take a break is just to go to sleep. And you should too. Sound like you need a break. You need to let Amari run around at the park and you take a nap in the car or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Or you not take her at all. Have somebody else take her to the park so you can unwind. Or get you a where's my hookah at? I hear that. Me too. Even though mine was kind of crappy, it still worked. It was still like it didn't have no holes. Yeah. I thought about going back up there and asking Pops if he has any more like that he's trying to get rid of. Cause I ain't been to a hookah lounge in forever either. That's another thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean we ain't had the time to be real. Like let's you know what I mean? Like we just been working a lot. We've been working a lot and having to work even more because, bills and things weren't lining up. So that just made it suck. Yeah, you good. I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming to me and letting me know. Yeah, because I definitely would have asked if I found out later. All right, I'm way better with that. I'm way better with that than oh he'll figure it out sometime or Amari will tell him. No, that's that's what my mom used to say too. My mom used to say that too. But if an adult asked me, I would tell them. If my grandparents asked me or one of my uncles asked me, you see what I'm saying? That's why Amari does says what she says to her Mimi. It's the same reason. That's her grandma. Like she's gonna tell everything. Now you know how your now you know how your mom felt way back in the day. You know what I mean? All right, right. They need to know. That's look ear hustling. She been ear hustling since she was one, bro. I swear to God, she been ear hustling since she was one, bro. Well, I told you that's what she gonna do. She like the way she thinks about stuff is the same way I like process stuff. I do the same thing. I listen to my environment, take everything in, and then that's how I figure shit out. At least that's how I did as a kid. I did the exact same thing. Ear hustle, got in trouble for it, but I was able to figure stuff out, and I just eventually learned to stop talking about what I hear. That's yeah, because she's gonna do it. She just has to learn to stop talking about everything all the time, right? Especially if she takes something out of context that she doesn't have the context for, then it could make somebody mad. Like my brother, for instance, when she did that, played that trick on him. Like that shit pissed me off. I was like, what? I was like, why would you do that? And then I told him like she was playing. He didn't believe it because he at that point you got to think right. At that point he's like, yeah, no, y'all all lying to me. Like not even close. Not even close. Yes. But I can understand why he would think that because why he'd be like, why would a 5 year old need a lot of, you know? But if he knew what they were watching at the time, if he had been paying attention to the shows they're watching on YouTube, he would see where they got the idea from. Yeah, you're good. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Peace. Yep, yep. It's like, yeah, decent little run here. I don't like these stats though. I would rather have these stats like near 700, these three right here. But, it is what it is. I guess we can do this one. It's not going to take anything. Sakura Chiono. Yeah. Measure of Right. Agnes Digital. Why is the speed card right here? Does not help. Skirt. Oh, shit. Yeah, here's the crotch rocket swap card that he made. Oh, man. Yo, I have noticed that though. Like I've seen a lot of people go into the military that are not military built. Like they don't have the mindset for the military. They're easily broken willed, weak minded, and just slow to react. And then they're going to the military so the military can pay for their education. So then they can leave the military with a whole ass degree without serving anybody or anything except themselves. How does that work? But then you got guys like me that want to be military career professionals. I wanted to stay in the military and eventually become a trainer at some point. That was my plan to have like a 20, 30-year military career out of high school. That's what I wanted to do. That sounds weird to some people. I get it, but that was just me. I saw my grandpa in the military. I saw what the military did for him as far as, stability, uh, being able to manage money and crises better, difficult situations. He knew how to move his money around. There's all these different things he told me he learned while he was in the military, and I'm just like, I need that in my life because I did not learn very good money management skills from my parents. Mostly because I didn't get any money. Like, even though I would mow the yard, cut wood, bust wood, and all this stuff, I didn't get allowances. You know, I did not get allowances. And I was always envious of those kids that did get allowances. And then it made me more envious later because I realized allowances was just practice for you to manage your money, for you to learn how to manage money, for you to know that money's in your pocket, but you don't need to spend it. I didn't get to learn that until after high school. You know, this is one of those things. It's one of those building blocks. That's why my daughter got her own money. And she knows it too. She knows exactly where it's at in her little purse. She got it put up, and then won't nobody touch it except her. And if she wants a sucker from the store, then she uses her little money to go and get her a sucker. But then at the same time, I don't let her go to the store every single day to get a sucker. You dig? She got to learn. You got to manage that money. That money got to last you some time. You can't spend it all every single time you get it. Dang, that's crazy. I told you to fit. I don't know if I'm gonna get out though. You know what's funny? You know what I do like about black people? Black people will go, that's a like black people will go, okay, Sturgis is racist, right? Okay, then we're gonna show up in mass to Sturgis. We're gonna show up in mass to Sturgis every year. So they're either gonna shut it down or they're gonna stop being so damn openly racist about it. Mm-hmm. And so you know what happened after years? They stopped being so openly racist about it. And you see how that works? You see how that works? Because Sturgis was originally set up for just biker gangs, a particular set of biker gangs. At that, I think it was like what they used to make what Sturgis used to be only for 3%ers, right? You had to be a 3%er in a biker gang, which means you had to commit, or a 2%er, which means you had to commit like a murder or a high end crime to get that patch on your vest. And once it was either 2% or 3%. I think it's 2% actually, not 3%. I think it's 2%. And once you hit that patch, you were basically like top tier in that motorcycle club. My ex don't like that I call them gangs. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. If you know, you know. It's like I've never been in a club, but I know a lot of people that are in clubs, and I learned a lot from them because they chose to teach me so I wouldn't get in trouble or do something stupid that could land me either getting shot or whatever. And everyone else should do the same. I don't care who you are, especially this new generation that just hit like 1920. Y'all mugs is gonna get murked out here by some bike gangs. I mean, some bike clubs. Y'all keep fucking around. It don't matter if they black bike gangs or white bike gangs. Y'all won't get murked. Y'all keep walking around with guns on you everywhere and stealing people's cars and shit, and just aggravating people out in public for views. One of them's just gonna pull up and blah blah on you. I saw a dude yesterday riding his Harley around. He got a shotgun or a lever action single shot repeating rifle, like in a holster on his bike. That shit was bad as you know what I'm saying? Like I pulled it out. He let me take it. I should have took pictures. I should did a video and took pictures and put it on my Instagram and TikTok and shit. Like it was a cool ass bike. It was like Western themed. The gun itself was like encrusted like the way you would see it on Red Dead Redemption 2. That's a good way. You know the repeating rifle on Red Dead Redemption 2, the lever action is it was that type of gun, and he had it gold encrusted like how you can upgrade it on Red Dead Redemption 2 to the max upgrade. That's what it looked like. And I asked him, he actually plays Red Dead Redemption 2. That's the best part. Like the best part about gaming is it's got to the point of what we were trying to get gaming to in the early 2000s. Now gaming is like a normal thing. It's not like a niche. It's not a niche activity. Whether you're popular, not popular, rich or poor, we wanted everybody to be able to play games together. Because when you think about it, right, the gaming space is the only space where you could play against somebody that's a billionaire, whether you know it or not. And I don't know about you, but it feels good beating somebody with $1 million when I'm just a normal ass person with no advantages, no software, no cheats, no hacks, no aimbots, no none of that shit. I'm one of those guys. I was one of those guys that was born before cheat codes was really a thing. Like we had the little book you can buy from like Walmart, and we got Game Informer that would have cheats in them, right? And you could buy the little store from Walmart, the little cheat code book from Walmart that would have like, Grand Theft Auto, uh Las Vegas and not Vegas, I mean Vice City and San Andreas and whatever in it, along with a few other games. That's how we learned all the cheats to San Andreas, like the tank cheat and the jet and all that, the Harrier jet and all that shit. That's how we learned it. Was the little what was it? I think it was like $5 or $10 at the store to buy it, and that was the move back in the day before online was a thing. Well, prevalent online. It wasn't GTA 5. About a year ago, had a box at work. Ball would smack me in my bottom lip, and then I felt something break in my mouth. Come to find out, it was my tooth. Part of my tooth chipped off, like in the very top. That's how I know it wasn't rotten or nothing. It just like it chipped off like the top, a V out of the top of my tooth. Ugh. Ugh. The Leering scandal gets even worse. Bro, what are we doing? What are we doing? We just scamming. We just scamming. Like, why do people come to America to scam Americans out of money that they don't even have? Like, they're scamming the government out of money they don't even have, and the governors are letting it happen. So if you don't want, you don't want that to come to your town, vote for a governor that's not going to let that happen. Get into the state polls. Stop worried about the president so much and start worrying about who's in control of your state, in control of your town. That's what I've learned. That's why I don't vote for the president, but I do vote for city council and the governor of my state. I do. I just don't vote for the presidency. Because presidency is like it goes one way or the other. It's every 4 years. It's not, what I'm saying? It does. It's not. I'm not selecting somebody that's gonna make North Carolina better. You know what I mean? So plus, I can go show up to a city hearing. I can go sit in on the that kind of thing. It's actually pretty odd. I have did it. I did do it once. I didn't tell nobody. I did go to one city here where I live at when they were going over stuff in the courthouse. I did go to one Friday just because I was curious as to what they do and what they talk about. And it's just like how you see on YouTube and on like Fox and stuff. It's just like where they go and sit down in little cabinets or whatever, and then people in the crowd come up to speak and make statements or ask questions or propose certain things to be done in the city. It's exactly how they show it on TV. That's exactly how it works. It's like a system, right? It's a system they got set up, right? That's just how it works. I thought it was something that they did for TV, but then they did it differently behind the scenes. You know, come on. You said there was no issue last year from scamming the government. I'm like, wait a second. There was no issue. There was no issue last year for you scamming the government because the government wasn't aware of you scamming them until Nick Shirley showed up and knocked on your freaking business, knocked on the door, and then you said, you know, NBC, Fox, tell how you arrange for your business, doing all this stuff. Wherever we already see the video. I wanted to know what's going on. He has to come with questions. He has to either put it Bill John in his daycare or his grandma, and how much it will be. If that's all he was asking, I was trying to form a right. They don't know who, at the time, they didn't know who he was. It's called a formal harassment. I imagine that a lot of other people did the exact same thing that church did, except they were actually looking to take care of a family member or their child. Why? Because they don't actually know. Like if I knew how to start up a daycare, and get funding for a place for it, or adult care, like older, like adults my age, but with disabilities, I would do that because I would care for people with disabilities because I have disabilities myself. So, yeah, I would. It could be lucrative, but just helping somebody around in a daily sense and having somebody to talk to, that really helps somebody with disabilities, especially people that's stuck in like wheelchairs. Like people that have cerebral palsy, for instance. The worst version of cerebral palsy, I got like a light version of cerebral palsy. It's still really painful, but I'm not stuck in a wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? That's why it bugs me when people try to tell me that I'm not disabled. I know I'm disabled. I'm just not mentally impaired. There's a difference. They hate the fact that I'm disabled, but not mentally impaired. Because for some odd reason, certain people, I'm not going to name no names, but certain people just assume that if you're disabled, that means you're mentally impaired too. No. No, that just means that we're not able to do certain things by law, not because we don't want to do them. Like, for instance, I had to wait till I was 25 to drive. I had to watch everybody else get their license in the ninth and 10th grade. I had to watch everybody else go through driving school that was paid for by the high school. I had to watch everybody else get their first cars, go out on dates, get to start having sex, partying, going to pick up their friends to go do stuff on the weekends, go down to the beach, spring break. Like I got to witness all that, but I didn't get to be a part of it because the state wouldn't let me get my license because my family couldn't do anything about it. It was state law. They couldn't do nothing about it. I wasn't approved to drive. They couldn't do nothing about it. So a lot of those memories that people have about high school and having girlfriends and going out to the driving out to the movies or going and picking up your homeboys and then y'all going and hanging out and doing whatever. I didn't get to do none of that stuff. I always had to ask for a ride. That's why I don't now. And that's why my car stays in good shape. I ain't never wrecked my car. Nor have I got a speeding ticket or any other kind of ticket in it. Now there are tickets on my car, but they're not for me. But I'm not paying somebody else's ticket off. The police came up, asked me. They pulled up to my house the other day and asked me, do I have anything? Did I know if I had anything on my record like tickets and stuff to pay off? I was like, no, I don't. I was like, when you look at the name of the person that owns the car, it doesn't match the name of the person that got the tickets, does it? They're like, no, it don't. I was like, exactly. So you need to go find the person that got that name, not the person that owns the car. He's like, yeah, it's my car, but they're also an adult. Like, I'm not responsible for another adult. But that. Yes. Wow, now they're having like Buddhist only events, Catholic only events. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is what we talking about, bro. Like, if how are you gonna be an American but then try to have another country inside of America? That's not how that works. That country is where it's at for a reason. There's a reason that it's not America, that America doesn't have its values. It's because it doesn't work. It's non-functional. But y'all keep trying to bring other societies over to America and turn America into a different society. No, we're not doing that. We're not gonna let feminists talk us into it. So we definitely not gonna let somebody from another country talk us into it. The fuck is wrong with y'all? And if you're a feminist and you're watching this, well, too bad for you. I don't like you. I don't like you because it's always a bunch of bull crap going on. Like for instance, y'all like the whole nose ring thing, right? It like the the whole nose ring the whole nose ring deal is kind of it self proves itself. Like this isn't a empty fact. This is a proven fact over multiple different situations in multiple parts of the country. You got that septum piercing, we know to stay away from you because mentally you're not stable. Mentally, you're not even doing what you want to do. You're doing what somebody else wants you to do because that's why you have the septum piercing because you need to be led around to go from place to place, to do thing to thing. You have to be told what to do. That's how your mindset is set up. But your personality is fiercely independent. So that together only means one thing that you're going to be alone unless you find a simp. So have fun. If the world just came together and stopped trying to separate each other through religion and race, guess what would happen? The world would be a better place. This utopia people keep talking about won't exist. You know why? Because for a utopia to exist, there has to be both men and women inside of this said utopia. Because there has to be children that have to be born to keep the utopia alive and growing. Without men, there are no children. Without women, there are no children. These are basic facts. If you cannot understand this, then you're not ready for a relationship in the slightest. You're probably not even grown enough to have a relationship mentally. Doesn't matter how old you are physically. So that's why I always say these men that say all women should die and these women that say all men should die, yeah, those people all need to be put into a camp somewhere, just up in like North Dakota or something, and have them live there until they figure out reality. Because they're obviously on some kind of drug. Somebody help them, please. They don't think reality is real. They think reality is a scam. They think reality is us just mansplaining how the world is supposed to work. No, we're showing you how the world actually works. Like for instance, if all men just disappeared off the planet today, Friday, if everybody, all the guys, just disappeared off the planet, how long do you think that planet would run? Mind you, men are the ones that work 90% of all internal structure jobs to make a country run, to make this country run. 97% of truck drivers are men. 95% of infrastructure workers are men. When I say infrastructure, I'm talking about construction. I'm talking about working in the sewer. I'm talking about HVAC. I'm talking about uh, power plant employees that keep your power on. I'm talking about the same ones, AI people that fix your internet connection, make sure your internet is stable and running. You see what I'm saying? Those aren't computers doing that. Those are people. Yeah, AI is a thing, but we haven't learned to use AI in that way. And we don't want AI to be used in that way because once AI is used in that way, then that's how AI starts to take over because the only way AI can work in that way is to be a sentient, self thinking being to manage all of that. And if that happens, women will be the first ones to go. Sorry. It's just true. Think about it. If robots overran the world, who you think would die first? You think it would be a whole bunch of men that held up together, said robots are taking over the world, and went ahead and built cabins up in the mountains and went ahead and moved? While women said, no, that's not going to happen like that. We'll be able to live with them. They'll protect us. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to get ate the fuck alive. Right? And besides that, how many guys you think would move up to the mountains right now if something was to uh, happen in America? Right? Like for me, I live at the bottom of the Appalachian Mountains. If something happens in America, like if Russia was to bomb America or bomb the eastern seaboard, I'm moving up the mountain. Pretty simply put, I'm moving up towards Boone. That's the way I'm heading, Stone Mountain ways, towards my hometown, moving out of the cities. Why? Because it's very simple. Cities are the biggest targets for any country attacking another country. Think about it. Whenever we dropped the bombs at the end of World War II on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, why do you think we picked those cities? Because they were the most densely populated. They were the ones that, if they bombed those cities, that would get Japan to come to the table to talk, to end the war. And that's exactly what happened. So, if that's the case, what makes you think that wouldn't be the case in 2026? That means New York. That means Florida. That means North Carolina. That means South Carolina. Those would be the eastern seaboard states that would get hit the hardest. And they would start with New York because everybody knows about New York, New York, the city that never sleeps. And a lot of countries are jealous of New York. That's why they always dream about going to New York from other countries. When you ask other people around the world what city do they know the best that's American, they're gonna say either New York or Los Angeles, California, aka Hollywood. And with that being said, Those would be the two places that would get hit with bombs first. Like, it makes sense. Because if I was another country and I was attacking America, that's what I would do. That would stir up the most panic the fastest. Just saying. Yeah. Come on. Uh, mm. She not answering that one. All right. She just ignored the question. She's like, so are people gonna get their money back that you stole from them in these scams? She just silently sat there and then started talking about something completely different. AKA she don't plan on giving the money back that she stole from people. This is what I'm talking about. People who come to America from other countries. Yeah, it is. They they not gonna give the money back that they steal from people when they come here. So why do we keep letting these people come here and steal all our money? You want to complain about gas prices and how high food is and how high diapers are and clothes, but then you want to keep letting people come running into the country illegally and getting health care for free when you have to pay for it out of every single one of your checks. How are you okay with this? That's why I don't understand these protesters out here protesting ICE. Like, it does not make sense to my brain. And they're so stout against it. It makes me think that they don't have jobs. It's like, you pay taxes, correct? If you pay taxes, then guess what? Your money is being stolen by scammers. Because think about it. If you move into the country illegally, you can't get a normal job without it being under the table. And if you get a normal job under the table, they can pay you a lot less because you're not a legal migrant. So what do? You turn to scamming. And if they find a loophole, then they expose it. The learning centers in Minneapolis, Minnesota, is one example of this. Florida, the same thing. Healthcare services in Florida, same difference. Like, we don't think about scamming our own country. We could do the exact same thing, right? But why would we scam our own country? We got to live here. You see what I'm saying? You don't scam the place that you live at. That's like being a dealer, right? And you're selling whatever you're selling to your neighbors. You're not going to do that. You're going to go to a whole totally different neighborhood on the opposite side of the city to sell whatever it is you're trying to sell. You're not going to try and sell it to your neighbors. Common sense, you know? And I just be like, common sense don't work with you. Common sense ain't something you do. It's like, here's the crazy thing though. Common sense is one of those things you can either be born with or not, but everybody can learn it. It's just certain people choose not to learn it. And then when you see them not using it, you're like, why don't you just use common sense? Because common sense says that's a really bad idea to do X, Y, and Z. But then you bring it up to them, they get instantly mad. Why? Because it doesn't fit their narrative. Simple. It's simple, right? Of course you don't know what you're talking about. The denial is crazy. And we just keep, man, they just keep trying to operate these illegal learning centers, and they're getting millions of dollars a year. You gotta think about this, right? You as just a normal American, probably making 50 to 80 thousand dollars a year, right? Most blue collar Americans between 50 and 80,000, or between, I say actually between 30,000 and 60,000. That's most of us, right? But then you got illegal migrants coming over to the country, starting up illegal businesses that are supposed to be daycares and learning centers, quote unquote, and gets grants from the government for millions of dollars a year, and they're not teaching anybody anything. I could have done that. You see what I'm saying? If I knew about it, I could have done that. But you know what would have happened if I tried to do it? Because I am me and I am an American, they would actually look into it. Unless I move to a city where they don't care, like Minnesota, like Minneapolis. If I lived in Minneapolis and I did it, they probably wouldn't care because they're just rampant with that kind of thing. It's like, dang, they playing the game. I'm over here working honestly, earnestly, earning my wage every single week, paying what I can pay, managing my money, and then I see these illegal migrants come over here riding around in Maybachs and shit, and I'm just like, what? I was like, what are you doing and I'm not doing? And then he showed me what they're doing. And I'm like, oh, it's just being illegal, just doing illegal scam shit. Okay, well, shit, you know. Yes, that was a good stretch. Ugh. Excuse me. Yeah, it's true though. Then they here's the thing. Here's the thing that I learned about with the work market, right? What you what I understand and what I've figured out by being in the work market for the last 10 years straight, one job, not 50, 11,000 jobs like a lot of people for whatever reason. I don't understand that shit. Pick a job and work it. You don't like it? Too bad. It's a job. You need the money to pay your bills? Pay your bills. Anyways, back to the subject. It's crazy. It's always some made up bull that that people like to try and bag on other people for. It's common sense. You know what I'm saying? It's common sense. There's just certain jobs that certain people can do better than other people. I couldn't imagine being constantly at war with reality. Idiots, man. I swear. People be putting stuff in your mouth, bro. Like you don't even have to say something and somebody will just make up something. Oh well he said so X, Y, and Z. That's why I care about what the fuck? Like, did nobody say that women should only be mothers and shouldn't get a job? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I firmly don't believe that. My mother had multiple jobs for the last 30 years. And then she just started her own business. So, like, no, mothers are not just mothers. Now, due to feminism, they have to be career uh, employees as well as mothers due to feminism. This wasn't due to men. This was due to women themselves. So now women have to figure out how to be mothers and have a full time job from themselves. We didn't do it to anybody. We already had it set up to where y'all didn't have to leave the house, do nothing. We went out and worked, brought home the money, and y'all got to hang out, do crossword puzzles, go shopping with your girls or whatever. Y'all wanted to change that. We did not want y'all to change that. But now, people like me with this kind of point of view, somehow we're wrong for how reality has worked and been positively affecting the country since its inception. But over the past 50 years, since the feminist movement has started, since the 60s, right? Since the 60s, marriage has went down 75%, divorces went up 88%, and childbirth has went down 50 or 60%. So we're having less kids. Guys don't want to get married to girls that are crazy. Girls think guys are toxic. And the only ones that this benefits are the elites. Because if we're divided, we can't stand together. If we can't stand together, then we cannot build our own power and equity to fight these uh higher end living people. So keeping ourselves in poverty is the best for the elites. And with the way things are going, feminists want to keep themselves poor forever, and then they want guys to be poor forever. So I don't understand how this is going to help feminism at all. How is this going to do anything other than just make feminists mad and make normal Americans mad? It's going to make everybody mad except the ones that are promoting it, which are the rich ones. They're the only ones that won't be mad because they're like, well, look at these idiots down here. Yeah, they just keep tearing each other down. It's just funny. Hey, you want another cigar? Yeah, man, throw me one. You see what I'm saying? Like, and y'all think what being living in a communist regime where nobody's rich means everybody is richer? No. What that means is the elites are even richer and common people are even poorer. That's what happens in communist countries. That's why they don't show that's why there's no YouTube videos of walking around in Russia or China or North Korea. That's why. Because they live in way worse poverty than you think. Like you think California looks bad? You think India looks bad? That's what it looks like in China. That's what it looks like in Russia. That's what it looks like in North Korea. Outside of what they show you. That's why they don't have streaming services there. That's why there's no IRL stream MERS going to these countries. The only one that did was I Show Speed. But if you notice, I Show Speed only stayed in the capital of China when he was there. He only went to the temple when he was there. He did not go to talk to just normal bystanders. He did not go outside the capital. And that is why he was not allowed to go outside the capital. Because they knew if he went outside the capital and millions of people that watch iShow stream saw the poverty that these communist countries live in, then their opinions would have to change. But if they don't show it, then no hurt, no harm, no foul. That's why I laugh when people say communism is going to be better for America. You're a fucking idiot. You don't understand what communism even is. You've decided what communism was. You've came up with your own definition of communism through Reddit, through TikTok, through posts. But you don't know what it is. And if you really want to experience it, then gather up your little money and ask to go to Russia. Ask to go to China and live there. Don't come back in 2 weeks when you find out that living there is way worse than living in America. That's the funniest part to me. Absolutely hilarious. I love it. I think it's hilarious because it just shows you how much of their brain they don't use. Um, humans in general already only use about 12% of their brain anyway. These people only use about 5. AKA that's why they're easily influenced and manipulated because they don't want to grow up. They don't want to be an adult. They want somebody to take care of them their whole entire life like they were when they were teenagers. So get over it. This is how the world works. And I'm glad I was born in America because I'm glad my spawn RNG isn't that bad to be born in China or Russia or North Korea because that would suck. Especially when I find out that like if you try to leave North Korea or one of these other countries, first of all, they'll do you just like they did back in the slave days here in America and come and find your ass in another country and then bring you back. That didn't just happen in America when slaves ran away to the north. That didn't just happen here. That still happens today. That still happens today. Like there's multiple videos of North Koreans leaving Korea, getting recaptured, and then leaving again. Why? Because they know what they see on the internet is a lie. And then they say it, they'll tell you. Like, go look the videos up. Go look the videos up. They straight up tell you, straight to your face, that's propaganda. What you see What you seen during the Olympics and during these news shorts and reels, that's propaganda. That's just a small part of the country that's super clean, which is usually right around the capital. And then everywhere else is a fucking bunghole, you know? It's just, it's terrible. And the fact that grown adults think like this as being an okay scenario, this is a good thing. This is what we want our people to live in. It's insane to me. It's absolutely insane. I can't believe it. Like, like you gotta think, right? We are taught growing up, right, that to make a better world, we gotta all work together and da 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 da. But then when you go and look at other countries as an adult, you're like, dang, okay, so slavery's still happening. This daggone, they're lying about their own countries and how they're the state of their people. They're lying about jobs. They're lying about their economics just to make themselves look better on the world stage. Like, and America does it too. Even though, like, America used to hide the fact that they're trillions of dollars in debt. Now the world knows because we have social media and YouTube, and we post it all online, so the whole world knows that we're like $50 trillion in debt. Yeah, I keep up with it. I just sit there and watch it because I'm like, no, I know why we're going into further debt because we started going coming out of debt, and then we started now we're going deeper into debt, and it started in like 2017. And what happened was I noticed we started going deeper into debt when these feminist movements started. When these movements, when they started burning down parts of California and rioting in Florida and rioting in New York and looting, like that's when all that started. These protests plus this stuff equals more debt. Duh. And then you're going, you're basically telling the world, hey, don't move here because somebody will steal your shit. So you're telling all the rich people not to move to America. So how do you feel like how you figure in your brain how you figure you about to get rich whenever nobody wants to come to the country because everybody keeps trying to steal everybody else's shit. There's no honor amongst thieves. There's no honor amongst anybody. They just do what they want to do. Period. If they steal from you, they don't care. They're not thinking about you. They're thinking about them. They're not thinking about a better way to get money that's sustainable. They're thinking about just getting that $2,000 right now. And that's the saddest part. you know? That's just disturbing when you think about it. Couldn't be me. ascend because unks, you have to ascend to unk status. You don't just get granted unk status. The only ones that get unk status are the ones that are wise. The only ones that need to have unk status are the ones that can lead a generation in the correct direction, in a good direction that's going to lead them away from destroying themselves. Like, for instance, we're trying to make it known that high school graduates coming out of high school right now, a lot of them can't read. It's like 60% can't read fluently, just normal English. I'm not talking about another language here. I'm talking about high school level English. They can't read it. Like the word silhouette, never seen it. They didn't even know what the fucking word was. And these are high school graduates. So we are needed. I'm not an unk yet, but unks are needed. The problem is this new generation don't want to listen to anybody because they think everybody is out to beat them down and kill them. We're not trying to beat you down and kill you. We're telling you how reality works. We're trying to prepare you for the future so that you don't end up on the street in a tent. But you don't want to fucking listen because you have a hard ass head. Yeah, I know. You can write what you want in the comments. I don't care. It's true, and you know I'm right. It might not be you directly, but you know somebody that is just completely ignorant on purpose, that chooses not to read on purpose, that can't read. If you put them down with a book that's 2 chapters long, or not even a book, how about this? Let's put them down in front of a video game, right? Like Umamasume. Turn off the volume, right? And tell them to read you everything on the screen. They cannot do it. I seen it. They cannot do it. I can read you my entire screen from top to bottom, even if it was in cursive. I can read you every single thing on this screen and tell you exactly what every single word means. High school students that's graduating right now in 2026 cannot do that. And that's the sad part. What do you think is going to happen when they turn into adults? Like, come on. You gotta, you see what I'm saying, right? Like, you gotta use common sense with this kind of stuff. You let it go on forever and ever, and it's just gonna get worse if you don't handle it. And if you're part of that generation, you should be really concerned. You should be hitting up people, your people's like, yo, you got to get on this game. You know what I'm saying? We got to make sure everybody is on the strip, bro. Especially if you about to graduate. How you gonna go to college if you can't read? If you go to college, which I know and I've heard, college is a scam. Yes, somewhat, but it wasn't meant to be a scam in the beginning. It became a scam in like the mid 2000s, right? When college became inaccessible for the large majority of the public to get a higher education, that's when it became a scam. Because think about it, right? If you make college too expensive for, let's say, 70% of the population, then that 30% of the population are going to be the ones that's in control of everything. While that 70% of the population can only be manual labor workers or lower end workers. And with AI being the way that it is, if you choose that route, you're only putting yourself in peril as an adult for the future. So these high school kids that cannot read, which means they will not go to college, will end up in public housing. Sorry, not sorry, but that's reality. You chose to be lazy in school. You chose not to read. You chose not to spend time with your child while they were in school and help them understand how to read instead of just getting mad because they get a word wrong over and over. then it's your fault. Your parents did it to you. If you're about to graduate high school and you still can't read on a 12th grade level, if you can't open a college textbook and read it and know exactly what it means, then your parents are at fault because your parents' job is to teach you how to take care of yourself. And reading, doing math, arithmetic are basic skills to taking care of yourself. Managing money. If you can't add or subtract or do multiplication, then you can't pay bills. Then you definitely won't figure out taxes and you won't understand how much money you actually make a year versus how much you pay out in taxes a year, which means you won't know how much money you actually have and how much leniency you have to get a car, maybe a loan for a house. You don't know because you can't calculate it. I did that calculation. That's why that's how I figured out I was able to buy a house by myself on just my own merit in a time when when everybody said you can't buy houses, they're too expensive, blah blah blah. They're only too expensive if you don't put in the brain power to actually look and see what's affordable and what's not. I used to be told all the time, stop being lazy, stop being lazy, stop being lazy. But the older I get, the more I see I wasn't a lazy person. It was the people around me that were lazy. I just be tired as fuck because I always got to pick up after them. I always have my entire life. I've always had to pick up after somebody else. And then they got enabled to be even more lazy while I kept getting beat down for not taking up for their falls because I was the older cousin or I was the older brother, whatever the case may be. This is why I have the wisdom that I have. I had to grow up at a really young age. I had to grow up at 11, bro, because at 11, that's when things started going crazy where I lived. I'm not even gonna go into detail, but if you were there, then you know. If you weren't there, you don't know, and it's none of your business. But I had to grow up quick because I learned a lot quick. That's where I learned you don't put your hands on women's ever unless they are physically attacking you. If they are attacking you, then you defend yourself, but don't pursue them. You see what I'm saying? Like when I say don't pursue them, if they're attacking you, you punch them and then you keep punching them after. Like that's pursuing them. No. But if they're attacking you, though, defend yourself. Don't let nobody attack you for no reason. Women shouldn't be putting their hands on men. Men shouldn't be putting their hands on women. But if women put their hands on men, don't expect not to get slapped back. Like I never understood that. Like how that even got into women's minds that they feel like they can just hit men and men do nothing. That's what I call a simp. Yeah, we don't do that. And that's why a lot of women stay single is because they cannot find a simp willing to be manipulated to the way they want things to be. Especially young to middle-aged women, like 20 to 35. Inside that age range, you're probably not gonna find a lot of women that want to be wives. You're gonna find a lot of women that want to be the man of the house, whether they want to say it or not. It's the truth because they feel like they have to do everything on their own because that's what they were taught growing up from their parent. I'm not saying parents because 90% of the time it's a parent and their parent ends up in another relationship with another person, whether it be a guy or a girl, whatever. And you're not really listening, tuned in to that other person that your parent is in a relationship with. It's just like it's like if you just opened your mind just a little bit to see what was really going on, you would stop yourself from making the dumb decisions that you make all the time. Like they're stealing stuff out of stores. Why y'all stealing stuff out of hair stores? Why you feel like you need to steal a wig, bro? Like what? Why do you feel like you need to steal diapers? What? You have a baby daddy. You have two kids with you at the store and you're trying to steal diapers instead of asking your baby daddy, which you laid down with to have kids with, to see if they got a little bit of extra money to give you some money for some diapers. But now if you miss Big Bad and you say you can do it all by yourself, he not gonna want to help you. And I don't blame him because you did it to yourself, ladies. Don't follow bad ideology. You will end up alone and it will suck. And it does not affect guys the same way that it affects women. We get sad for maybe a week and then we get over it. Or maybe a month. It might be a month. It depends. If you were in a relationship with somebody for years and years and years, it might take you a month. But if it was like a relationship where you were like for just a few months, y'all were dating, maybe a week. But that don't mean that we're going, oh, we're single now. All right, time to start sleeping around. No. That's what we not that's not what we do. Guys go, we single, okay, now I can play more video games and chill at the house. Now I can stack up my bread so I can get that new set of rims I want. Now I can stack up my bread so I can buy that turbocharger. Now I can stack up my bread so I can pay off this car so I can trade it in to get a sports car that I actually want. That's not a four-door sedan. You see what I'm saying? Like women think that we just go, we're single. Oh, okay. Well, let's call up all the women we can think of. No. And that's what women seem to get wrong in their minds because that's what's been fed to them, drip fed for years and years, is that guys go, okay, I'm single. Who can I call to bang? No, that's not what happens. Guys go, okay, I'm single. Now I can concentrate on the things that I like to do. Whereas women go, now I'm single. Now I don't know what to do except for cry on the internet to other women that hopefully will support me. That's what they do. Because that's all it is. They just look for somebody else to validate them making a bad decision on their relationship and then helping them be okay with it. Jesus. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A lie. Narcissistic, huh? So we're narcissistic. So we're narcissistic for living in reality. We're narcissistic for using common sense, really? That's that's hilarious. That's nice. That's funny. Look, if you think I'm a narcissist, then you haven't really met a narcissist before. I put it like that. If you think I'm a narcissist, you haven't met a narcissist. I'm just a realist. I live in reality. My decisions are based off my reality. My reality is based off of the context clues that I gain from my environment around me. I'm not living off of some kind of mental ideology that I feel like I'm superior to somebody else because I have this ideology. And there are other people that believe it. Like, no. I learned my moral practices from somebody that was successful in a 60 plus year marriage, that literally got married to their high school sweetheart and then they stayed together their entire life. That's who I idolize. I don't care about this new world bullcrap that's going on today. I idolize the ones that were together 60 fucking years, one relationship, and died together. That's what the fuck I idolize. That's where I get my morals. That's how I want my life to be. I don't want to be single until I'm fucking 70. You know what I'm saying? I want a relationship. But what I have learned is a lot of the morals that women used to follow is no longer valid for that same group of women. And why is that? Feminism. That's why. This new age feminism, not old age, not the civil rights movement era or this, you know what I'm saying? None of that. I'm talking about this new age stuff where men are just toxic for being men and men are the bane of all existence on the planet and men should just go away and all this stuff. No, y'all got to stop that shit because it's not true. And you know it's not true. If men packed up today and left the planet and went to a different planet, the world itself, the whole planet would implode. Not literally, but metaphorically would implode. Everything would shut down. Earth would go from a glowing orb in the universe to another dark planet just like the other ones within a year, maybe two. It depends on how good we maintained our infrastructure before we all left the planet. And yeah, there would be some women that would figure out how to work that infrastructure, but there wouldn't be nearly enough that would be able to do the jobs. You see what I'm saying? And that's another thing I want to bring up, right? It's like once 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 women realize like infrastructure jobs are pivotal, if there was a way, right? I wish there was an initiative, right? That before you could get a job working in, let's say, anywhere, you have to serve, you have to work infrastructure job for a year for experience. I feel like that should be mandatory for everybody, not just women, but men too. So then these same men and women will be able to see what infrastructure work actually looks like what it actually takes. 12-hour shifts, 14-hour shifts of monitoring multiple things where you knowing if you mess something up, like at a hydro dam or something, if you mess something up, you could blow the whole dam. You know what I'm saying? If you mess something up, a part of the state won't get water or won't get uh, power or, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. Like infrastructural jobs are like the most tedious jobs there are to do, but that's why they pay so much because they're jobs that typical people don't want to do. But if every man on the planet disappeared today, who's going to do those jobs? See what I'm saying? Excuse me. Let's see. Do I have any other front runner skills? Not really. There's glitter and star down there. But I mean, I could give myself Thunderbolt, but Thunderbolt only activates if you're near the back or mid break. Yeah, toward the back. Yeah. See. Let's see. I don't want that corner depth. I could do. But I already got a turn skill. So I mean, yeah, let's just do the glitter and star, man. The glitter and star. Something. It's a skill, right? Okay. Wait, this is only the second race. Shit. Wait, no, this is the third race. Okay, no, I was right. Okay, okay, okay. I'm about to say if this is race number 2, then I still got another training. Oops. Groundwork. Now I'm getting to the point with my career runs where I can pump out groundwork and tailheld high pretty regularly. Super great. Only for my front runners though, which is I mean that's really all you need groundwork for is front runners. All right. Now she's not gonna be as strong as the other version of her for the long race. Like I think she had like 1,165 power with max speed and 800 wit. This one ain't gonna be that, you know. But I'm gonna get her there. And round two is about to start, right? Actually, I think it's starting right now. It's 4 o'clock. EST is 4 o'clock. I don't. Yo, where is everybody at? Where is everybody at? Go ahead and put the initials of the state you in. I'm in NC. I'm in North Carolina. Go ahead and put where you at, man. I'd like to see where my viewer base is coming from. Is it just other North Carolinians, or are you from Florida, Canada, California, Maine? Where are you from? Because I'm trying to touch coast to coast. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a YouTuber that makes music either. I make music. I was making music before I started doing YouTube. Matter of fact, if you go on my YouTube right now and literally go to my oldest video, mm, mm, like I want to bring that beat back. I think I'm just gonna record myself doing that and just make a song from it. I think I'm just gonna start making my own beats because these beat makers that I keep getting beats from, like they keep making bad beats on purpose. Like they make semi-complete beats and then they'll put them out like on TikTok or something. That's why those beats you hear, like they're not done. Like when you listen to them, you're like, wait, where they? Like when you listen to a beat on Instagram or TikTok, like listen to that beat and then go listen to a song that has a beat similar to that, and you'll see the cadence is different because it's meant to have lyrics on it and one is meant not to have lyrics on it. Like I didn't realize it, but like you can I didn't think about like stretching the beat or cutting out certain parts of the beat for flow purposes. I used to try and just fit everything in the flow, like in the flow of the beat, in between the pauses, like hit the high notes, hit the low hats or hi hats, hit the high notes. Try not to be rapping when the bass hits. You know what I'm saying? Well, if you make music, you know what I'm saying. Because it just makes you sound all off beat and it doesn't sound too good. That's why I like Looking Boy so much. I want to make a Looking Boy song, a new version, a 2026 version of Looking Boy. Raz P Looking Boy. He Roach King Looking Boy. I see you at the desk, Roach King Looking Boy. Ah. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay. But did we get the? We did not get the freaking white sparks, bro. We didn't get front or tail, or we didn't get ground or tail. Dang it, bro. I need to make one where she's groundwork and tail her hot. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right. I need to make a I need to make a be right back screen. I'm gonna do that thing out of that and add it to my screen. So whenever I do have, the cook, bathroom, whatever, then I can put that up so everybody knows. Everybody that's really disturbs me, so we'll be right back. Okay. I put like be right back further, something like that. So if you're watching through and if you're engaging with the screen or engaging with the screen, then you'll know. No one else. I just sort of like these streaming services like OBS and Restream services like that. I just please don't let it come a day when we have to pay for a chat to be enabled. You know, that was so after pay for chats. Want to pay for a chat box, $3 talks, $3 gig, but on the streams, all in chat with each other. By the way, like my main goal, like everybody's in chat. I want y'all to add each other, man. Build up our own community where we all watch each other, learn from each other, team up, co-stream. Like I said, if you want to co-stream with me, just hit me up in Discord. Second country Christmas Discord or Jared song. Like a character super. That means Jared. That's one of my main Discords. I think that was easier. Discord was fine and speak. For whatever reason, people just seem to be able to find out a lot easier with my thing. So. Yeah, I'm down the first team. So we know what's up. First team is called Billy. Right, do a tournament, right? Because I want to start, I want to start my own team of tournaments, you know? Set up a showdown race. Y'all talk smack to each other all week in the chat. You seeing y'all. We start setting up races. Make y'all race each other. Oh, okay, you was talking smack about, you know, was talking smack about homie over here. Y'all want to race for it then? Y'all want to race about it? Like, we can race about it. Well, we did get front S though. So that's what we need. Front turf. Bro, if I can get a turf spark, front spark, and medium spark, look at this. If I can get front and turf, if I can get front and medium spark, it'll give me a turf spark. Okay. Okay. Keep doing Symboli. Cause I don't think what's her name is down here nowhere. Yo, you know what? I ain't done. I don't think I've raced. I have. Okay. Who haven't I raced? Have I raced everybody? Nope. King Halo. She's running sprint style. Okay, sprint. That's what I'm saying. Marzinski. I wonder why they chose the 6 card setup for your deck. I wonder why they chose 6 card. Like what made them go 6 and not 5 or 7? You're She slowed down just a little bit at that turn. And this is a sprint. See, this is why when I pulled her, this is why I went for this isn't this like this obviously this CM is not why I went for Summer Marzinski or Marzinski in general. But once I saw Marzinski and then I looked at the her race potential or her race aptitudes, that's what attracts me to certain characters is their race aptitudes. And then with very specific characters, it's their ult. Those are the things I look at. Like with Mesro Palmer, it's her ult. Keep pushing ahead. That's a really good. It's a really good ult. If positioned toward the front from the start of the race until the second half of the race, aka if you're a front runner, good vibes, recover endurance, and moderately increased velocity steadily. So basically, you get victory cheer plus recovery endurance, or some of Mars Etsy skill, except you don't have to do the heal skill. Okay, both of those I have 5 star. Let's see. Actually, yo, let me hit the shop right quick. I haven't looked at my. Okay. Okay, that's pretty decent. Um, for a week, that's pretty decent. That means it's 500 a share, so 15,000 shares. 30. So 30's out. 30, 30, maybe 35 shares. No, 30. Just straight up 30. So somebody has used either my card or my character 30 times. That's literally how I choose which card to put up there. I just look and see. I'm just like, let me try this card today. Okay. That one didn't give me but 500 points. Let me try this card. Oh, that one got me 2,000. Okay. Well, we're using the one that's 2,000 in a day. Get 2,000 points a day. I'm cool with that. Hmm. Guess I can work on these two. Oh, does she even train effectiveness, power bonus, mood effect? Friendship bonus and initial friendship gauge. Friendship bonus and frequency. Let's get a race bonus though. Legend race. Yo, I can turn Kitasan into a long monster now. With Palmer, mixed with Kitasan, mixed with Saiyan Sky. I just need the cards. That's the only thing I'm deficient on. Because like like my dumb self likes to do with gotchas, I go straight for characters. And the reason for that is because in every gotcha I've played before this one, literally, Dokkan Battle, Fate Go. Everybody knows what Fate is, right? Y'all remember that mobile game that came out like 2015? Like all these type of games, those are the type of gotcha games that I play. Dokkan Battle, for instance. Dragon Ball Legends. Everybody knows about Dragon Ball Legends. Like I go for characters because generally most gotchas only allow you to pull for characters. Even if you're pulling for support characters, they're characters. Like so, it was different for me to come into Umamasume because I didn't realize or understand. I didn't do any research in what I should be spending my carrots on. So I started off the wrong way. And now I'm correcting said mistake as we progress. And eventually it'll balance itself out and start going the other way where I get all the support cards that I need. It's just not there yet. It's like 50, it's like 60-40 right now with characters versus support cards. It's like 60% characters, 40% support cards right now. Where it was in the beginning, it was like 90 to 10. you know, I've switched it up. So I'm trying to keep building up the support cards. And to be real, with character pools in this game, here over the last probably 3 months, I've gotten what, 4 characters? I've gotten 4 characters on 10 pulls or less, or on single pulls. So like I don't see the reason to keep trying to invest on pulling, doing 100 plus pulls for characters. I just don't see the reason anymore. It just, you know what I mean? Mm. Almost enough shards. Let's go ahead and blow through these other 2 races. She's not even like she's see this is what I be saying about ranking. Like you see her stats, right? Front S, max speed, kind of decent power. I would rather have that be like 1145 and not 1045, and the whip be good. If this was 1145, she's double S, straight up. Like, yeah, no doubt. But even if she wasn't, I'd probably use her over my double S or this one. Let me see what her skills are right quick. She just has better skills. One card. Come on, there's got to be a flip in here. Somebody, please flip. Please? Okay. Uh, Somebody else. Flip them. Flip them. Okay, there's one card that's not maxed out. Is that Falcon? I'm about to say, is that Falcon in the background? That's not Falcon. That's just random Umamasume. Why are they in love with her? The brighter star shines. Well, when she gets here as a runner, I know people are gonna go crazy pulling her. I'm just gonna be like, nah, bro. Nah. Like people still haven't realized that either. It's just like you don't have to the character pulls, you don't have to do so many character pulls. You just gotta time them. You just gotta time your pulls. Mm,
the gamer. I don't know. I know we already had like months get a 10 OSM, but would you guys have accepted this as a bumper tick-off as well for the bingo? Or is that a stretch? I mean, it's Buffalo. Let's see. Gold ship, Navy, ugly cap. Well, they played the cheer every week. Just us two at the governors. Nice. Just down there. Star. And both trumpet pulse. And head on as well as no dominant, good. Yes, pulse, white lightning coming through, as well as red chip. And moving pulse, holy shit. The Infinity Magneton. Unique, sir. Pokeball, red chip, pulse, white lightning with pulse beyond. Rudolph, Purple Water, and your leg, Dominator, red chip. And two end. Well, medium S. I didn't actually know because that bullshit. Yeah, you said some of my ogre, kind of. Oh, out of gate minus one. Okay. But I mean, we're the only two front runners, so that's okay. It's Marzan's going to absolutely behind us, the approach is like that. Yeah, we're not in a single bolt anymore, right? Oh, wait, oh no, the Russian on the Marzan's already happened, so I just moved to okay. Seeing the spot struggles not ideal, though, it's just, ooh, scary. Right on the back of that place. Yeah, Mara is dying. So I'm hoping that Morozinski doesn't overtake with Operation Power, not Operation Power, and just power anything. We need Undisputed to stay in front.
Blink and get more with new 2K Plus Smart Security. With Blink 2K Plus, get set up in minutes. Just
We're going to front. Morozinski, stop. Morozinski, stop, please. Undisputed going back to the front there, these two. They have to go back to the as well. Ratchet, right now. Gets the current, but I think we should still give it a sword front. Let me speak for these. Morozinski, sword off his. Please don't overtake. She definitely lost. Oh, Morozinski. Morozinski, you're throwing. Morozinski, why are you overtaking? Also, who is that third place? Oh, that's that Ogre Cap is very close behind us.
That sucks.
Ogre Cap's only about to overtake us. Angling, red chips. Morozinski's not going to survive. Morozinski's not going to survive. Wasn't really too far forward, actually, possibly. Ready strike events has on the right. Right to the inside corner, though. Right to the inside corner. All I've got activates as well. Right to the inside. Over the medium is the goal chip, though. Unless right can catch up here.
Know what?
Just squeeze on the inside. Squeeze through the Morozinski on the inside beat there.
I'm gonna try something I have not tried yet, and just start racing out of the gate. I haven't tried this. I'm just gonna start racing out of the gate.
Wow. See, it's going swinging to Narnia, right? See what happens when you stay on the inside. Wait. Major right edges. Oh. I mean, I know people like to say that they want to hear a major right ASMR. What type of ASMR are we talking about?
She takes first place in front of a packed crowd in round one. Taurus Cup. It was a perfect performance.
For training purposes.
Commentators had nothing to say but praise. Her reputation is
Take that one.
someone's not.
Then we got 3 races right here.
What do you feel most confident about? Oh, the same thing. I'm just doing kids. Have you found anything lately, King? I waste all my time reading this text from Skyrim thing to me. What the heck is kitty cat power? Sending up most of my win rate is right. It's pretty much all of my win rate is right, except for the one item performance.
Ooh,
which
okay.
came in second anyway.
I need prudent positioning from her still.
And I really am playing a solo ace bright on there.
Why not? Like, literally, I had just enough points. 1 gold skill.
Grass, Wonder, Sage Sky?
I should make a long version of her, huh? For like PvP purposes.
Actually, we wouldn't have done it here. Even not get salt for trash, you know. Yeah, not the teacher. And have you seen all fronts though? One of them being OG Sans guy. No ground front here, so we can make the front. A lot of power though, so that's still the front. And the rest there. Overture, escape artist, double corners, double medium, double straightaway, and there's Sans guy up against the front.
And again, shout out to Restream.io for putting this stream together. Love y'all.
Super Lucky 7, what a goat. My goat, Super Lucky 7. Unfortunately, it's not rocking football. Brilliant start. Frontier number O. Oh, Angling, A Kiss for Courage. Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. Another recovery. Oh.
Give me those 7s. Yeah. I'll take these 2. Appreciate you. Oh, whoa. I wish those would just give you 15,000 fans or whatever. Or just, you can just click on it and give you like 50,000 fans. That'd be funny. I'm still trying to hit that 1 million fan mark. Well, not completely abandoning what I'm trying to do. Damn, I got no.
I don't like seeing Sans flying though. That's kind of ridiculous. No.
Sugar an event right here. Cool. Cool. Okay, that worked out. Usually that'll trigger in one of your events. I didn't realize that until like earlier this week, but like hitting recreation pretty much guarantees you're going to trigger one of your cards events. I always hope that I get charming early, but it never. I mean, it does happen sometimes, but you know. If you've been racing, you know how that goes.
Yeah, got staying right, third place, second place, coming on the corner, dominating activates, hits both of them. Right in second place, eating forward, right in first place. Type shit, this Look at all the movement activities on the outside. Stand a chance against listeners.
Get her out front.
Reminder, by the way, this was the right where this was almost not an ace. Remember, this was the right where in senior year, early November, we were still missing both Daring Strike and Force Ace. And then on the final two turns possible, we got both of the chain events to trigger back to back. It's a bit of Larzensky, she's just like me for real, for real. What do you focus on when training? I clock out at 5 and enjoy my me time on a Friday. The moment the clock strikes 5.
Well, guys, we're not getting A main this time, but hey, I still want to win. So B main it is. B finals. Let's go. I still want to win. I can't blame nobody but myself either. I pulled characters, like I said earlier. I pulled characters instead of cards. Pulled you way too many characters.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Front, so Couch and Front, Sneakers on the front. OG saying Sky Force. Why do you have buffs? Ancient Character, Speed Star.
Bro, it won't give me nothing to get rid of skin outbreak either.
Still taking flex play, my turn. I bet we have medium as her husband. What mistake?
We ain't got any medicines or any hammers yet. So they should be coming up here in bunches soon.
Maybe give us Darren's right, what's the purple engine possible? Rachel to help. Maybe give us Darren's right. And then nice nature is a dominant. Oh boy. Yeah, it's I don't want to say it too soon, but I don't think the fronts are going to win it for us. So I'm pretty sure it's a front.
Finally, here we go. See, here we go. Here we go. That's what I was talking about. In bunches. These medicine, dun, dun, and this. Huge. I just wish they added the quality of life that added a little bar right here at the bottom of all our character cards to show us what percentage of friendship level that we're at. Are you at 50%, 80%, 90, maxed out? We need an identifier on the cards, guys. Come on, side games. I know y'all can do that one. That's just like a minor adjustment. Like this is that's not even an adjustment. That's just a tweak. You just gotta add a progress bar onto the cards. That's all I'm asking right now. Other than POV first person view, it's that. We need first person and we need that. Because I love watching the first person view from the Japanese version of the game, but we need that in America. That's so good for content. And it's so cool to watch. Like watching Gold Chip first person view is crazy. Like watching everybody in front of you just like just moving around, then you all of a sudden you're just like, time to go. And you're just like a NASCAR just it's so cool to see. I think somebody put one out like what 2 years ago, I think. Somebody put one out or a year ago. And ever since I saw that first one, I was just like, and it's got like 3.8 million views right now. It's crazy. Maybe I'm talking about it too much and I shouldn't talk about it so much. And whenever it does happen, then I'll be one of the first ones to have a full video of POV races. And I'll edit that one so it'll cut just to the POVs for all the races. I'll do like one whole career like that. 50 races. You see 38 races back to back. Oh man. I'm thinking about switching that kind of format either or anyway, where I just like where I fast forward this section, like all of this stuff, and then show all the races. But I don't know if y'all like that or not. But it seems like the more races I watch, the more you guys interact with it. So, you know. Yeah. Metro Palma. I'm mad they did round one like they do now. They updated it and changed it. I went and looked at it. Now there's only 1 day of round one, technically, and not two anymore. So you don't get a second chance to qualify for A group, which sucks. I don't like it. So I feel like if I get a second chance, then I can make A group. Cause like that last slip, I figured out my team. It took 4 slips, but I figured it out for myself. And that's again my fault because I didn't lock in on just 3 characters and build up those 3 characters as best I could. Yeah, I take ownership where it's due. I ended up making like 5 front runners, 2 or 3 pace chasers, and 2 enclosures. Like I made it. I mean, I gave myself too many options instead of picking 3 and just sticking with those 3. Front runner savvy for sure.
Yeah. So nothing, huh? We don't speak about the other two. And then it was the one I just speak, but well, it's, it really is just right. It's the it's the midway city having the lovely
We only have one power card, so when she hits, I like to try and hit her. Unless we got double rainbows going on either side. In which case, it's like a choice kind of deal. Because I've had situations where I get both double rainbows and the power all at once, which is actually annoying. I know it sounds like a best case scenario, but like when you think about it, you don't want that. You want power on one turn and then the double speed and then the double wit. Like you don't want all three on one turn. It would be cool if you can train all of them on one turn. Just hit like one button that trains all rainbows at once. Oh man, what if we had that button? What if we had that button where it just trains all the rainbows on that turn on all the cards at one time? They call it like an extended training day or something.
well, I think 35% more than the I assume it's going to come as the other first thing. So listen, okay, that's true, yeah. Reminder, mile air. Part of me wants to try and make a bomber for this CMS, but that's the mile air. Maybe I'll try a bomber run to get it. I'll try one bomber run to get it to mile A. Or like, just a useful mile. Or, what did we just see? I mean, we did see the one combo, right? That just said, like, the mile races. And then they just went all in on medium and on. And they still, they got okay, they got 30 meters. Try that. Well, we'll see though. We'll see. I do like this one.
Spring States, take them out.
I really think eyes. And the Eric Cup, yeah, really enjoyed that, yeah.
Focus, nice. Okay. Front runner savvy again. All right. I mean, we just bought that, but okay. Damn, if I had waited one more turn to get front runner savvy.
I will say, way better than Navy's Cup. Way better, since there weren't so many, like, overly double dominators like now. We're going to do a couple races now ourselves as well. We'll save day 2 again for similar time, like tomorrow. It'll be like 10 times start, so save it.
Boom, boom, boom. Ah, Nanina.
So mild.
I have no energy.
It takes miles. Oh, yes, yeah, miles. Actually, it's money good.
Oh, I haven't bought front runner savvy yet. Okay. Okay, I bought corners instead. Okay, good. I thought I bought it.
Like you can see, runaway. No, wait, that's gonna be another power that would have been runaway besties. No! This poor power was gonna be by yourself. I missed this. No! Like that's Eastern case. How do I know that's Ryan? How do I know that that's a
We
Ryan?
can do 4 races in a row.
One star guts use on star pace is basically synonymous with the network line. But let's see now. We have 5 runs, 4 paces, 6 lanes, 3 end closes. And the runaway came from
Just in case it knocks us down. It won't hurt as much because then I can cure it with the potion real quick. I gotta set her up with more wit, bro.
Palmer on and right. Actually, I kind of like that. Not seeing many, damn, yeah. Dover and Ryan relegated to the parent position. Meanwhile, all the other main rows get their time in the limelight. I guess the beats also like that as well. This is the one thing. One day was right.
Break.
Where's Ryan? Probably losing. Ah, that's oh, it's Super Bowl Ryan, of course, yeah. Late start on it right. I'm assuming that that is the runaway Palmer that's on the inside gate there. Minus and Palmer there, second and third place. But first, we're fighting for the lead on the fronts. Case cases of metro audit, animated, right shower, the other metro audit. I don't see what's that is there. Despite that, it's made it back to 12 places. That shower's the groundwork there, actually. The groundwork probably unironically helped us negate the late start. Maybe that's the key. That's how we fight the late starts. We just get groundwork on our place. Help catch up. Late surge is the least like it is the Sultan Diamond leading the pack there, but the start special week on the outside. There's a lovely screen of the last. Well, thanks both of the Vortex getting it. Still Palmer up the lead though. Can the runway keep up the lead though? That's the question. Both of the points catching up with the late surges. Minus Fujin Tunnel, minus Fujin Tunnel! About to overtake the runaway, hang on. Minus Fujin Tunnel! Double navigating with possible activating an arm injured by the minus Fujin going to the front. Activating Anthony Stealing with a pretty big lead, dominated field though. Minus Fujin with a big gap in the rest of the back, but here comes the final stretch. Can anybody catch up to Minus Fujin? I think my 4 is trying to catch up. Who's that up? Is that Metro Order trying to catch up? A lifelong dream activating out of the Metro Order. No, the Major Room action! Wait, Radiant Star activates! Radiant Star activates, giving it a final push! Minus Fujin Tunnel! Minus Fujin Tunnel! Also, I said the Major and Major action. That goes in. Here's another runner, the Palmer. Here's the strat rune. Groundwork on your end closer. So when they late start, they can still catch up with the groundwork. That was scratch. What's with that? The hair. That was terrible.
20 stamina, baby. 25 stamina, excuse me, and 5 speed.
This will be our last race of the day, bro. Like I said, we won't stay up late for Daisy. We'll do that separately again this time tomorrow. You need to have to wait a little bit. Finish up on that race today. The runaway besties, Mars in with Skylar. Foxtrot. Do we have all the makers out here? We have Maker Dover, Maker Orion, Maker Palmer, Maker Bright. No, no! And McQueen, right? Sorry. I always forget about McQueen. Nice nature. Next up, we have OG Cap as a late surger. Get ready to get Pulse One. Then we have Metro Bright as an end closer. Metro Glover as a late surger. Another Metro Bright. Instead of Minus Fusion, we're now returning over to Kiddos in Black as a front runner here. We have Lacey, another nice nature as a late surger. And then King Halo, #1 favorite, OG King Halo. Major Orion in a late surger position. One of the two runaway fronts in Metro Palmer, and then Big Y has a big head one in a late surge position. Is she always a late surger? Okay, Lord. Something's always throws it. Pace chaser. But after that, though, we have Special Week as a late surger, and then Ogre Cap as an end closer, OG Ogre Cap. Me, Hono Velvet in the front. Hawkeye Terror as Space Chaser, Live Motion as Space Chaser as well. The second runaway, Intro Palmer, and then last but not least, we have Agnes Tackle as a agent.
You guys have been asking, where on earth is this mini trophy truck? It's still here. It's just picking up dust in the back of the shop. Because this thing's been broken for like 2 months. And the reason it's broken is because it sucks at jumping. The last time I was out was down in San Paulo when we were racing it, and every time we hit a jump, it just bugged. And specifically one time, it blocked hard enough, I almost died in there, and it broke the truck. We're pretty sure the rear swing arm is bent because it came down so hard on that rear tire, it literally blew the bead off the tire. The plan is to get this thing in working order again. It would be this year. Because I'm going in full jogger and I'm trying to get people money. I'm trying to get as many people in a studies as I can as a repayment as a payback. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get rid of kind of like that kind of trying to
Division III football is trash and a complete waste of time. Is probably what some of you guys think. See, being D3 means no scholarships and no NIL deals and absolutely no fame. The only guarantee is a tuition bill and 8 a.m. class the next morning. But if that's true, why are thousands of athletes willing to endure this? I spent 4 years living the D3 grind at UW Scout in Wisconsin, the long fall camps, empty stadiums, and the reality of purely playing the sport for the love of the game. The truth is, you could be a D3 All-American, balling out on Saturdays, and wake up the next morning looking at your bank account wondering if this is worth.
Gracias. Utilize absolute free slice cream. 4 days free slice blowouts. Gracias. Please find another one of them. Oh, it's
Let's go. Division III football is trash and a complete waste of time. Is probably what some of you guys think. See, being D3 means no scholarships and no NIL deals and absolutely no fame. The only guarantee is a tuition bill and 8 a.m. class the next morning. But if that's true, why are thousands of athletes willing to endure this? I spent 4 years living a D3 grind at UW Scout in Wisconsin, the long fall camps, empty stadiums, and the reality of purely playing the sport for the love of the game. The truth is, you could be a D3 All-American, balling out on Saturdays, and wake up the next morning looking at your bank account wondering, is this even worth it? Or am I just chasing a dream that ended in high school? Today I'm dissecting what playing Division III football was like and if it's actually worth it. First of all, let's talk about the most important part of football, the game days. Saturdays were my favorite day in college, not because we didn't have class, but because we got to lace up the cleats and play football. Did we have as many fans as Division I? No, absolutely not. But I'd say the fans that go to D3 games, they probably care way more than D1 fans. Because if you're going to a Division III football game, you have a connection to that team. Either you're a family member, you're a friend, you're a roommate, but you're directly tied to that team and you have a reason to root for them. So that creates a pretty cool game day environment because people actually care about who wins and loses. But Saturdays would start something like this. I would wake up, I would walk to the facility, I would get breakfast that the team provided, and I would hang out in our lounge, our athlete lounge, for a little bit until I finished breakfast. Then I would head to the locker room, grab all my gear, grab my jersey, make sure everything's organized in the locker room for when we actually suit up. And we almost always played at 1 p.m. We had a couple of night games, but just like D1 schools, we're playing at 1 p.m. We would have a team meeting at 10 a.m., make sure everyone's awake and in the building and ready to go. Then we really had free time until we started warm-ups, and obviously when we played the game. And in my personal opinion, there was nothing better than Saturday nights after getting a big win. We would go out, we would celebrate the win, we would go out with the team, we hit the town. Obviously, I liked home games because I slept in my own bed, I didn't have to wake up as early. And then right after the game, we don't have to hop on a bus and drive for 4 hours. This is my first away game my senior year. I woke up 6 a.m., got ready to hop on a bus to North Dakota. We're playing Dickinson State, a NAIA school, and I think we had a 10-hour bus ride. D3 does not have the money to book a flight for everybody, so we just take a bus everywhere. And I'd say this is probably pretty standard across the entire division that no teams fly to games unless they absolutely have to, just to save money and make it more efficient for the team to operate. But on this trip from Wisconsin to North Dakota, we stopped in Fargo and toured NDSU's facility. It was pretty cool to see how the D1 guys live. But then we checked into the hotel and got ready for dinner. And we went to Pizza Ranch. And for some reason, whenever we had a long road trip, we picked the worst places to eat. We ate at Golden Corral one time, which was god awful. And this occasion we went to Pizza Ranch, and I feel so bad for anybody that was in there with us. But after dinner, I had to put the D3 and D3 athlete, and I had to do my homework by the pool. Yes, Division III athletes do have to go to class. They have to do their homework. We don't get any tutors that do everything for us. We are literally showing up every day, putting in the work to try and graduate. But after sitting by the pool, we all hung out, chilled. And then on game day, we went to the facility. We were playing Dickinson State. I think they were 16th in the nation, and we were unranked at this point. They had very nice facilities, very nice field.
Something strange. Okay.
I'm getting really sick and tired of people defending the abuse that happens in professional horse sports by saying something along the lines of, you have no idea how well these horses live. They want for nothing. They live like kings. Because it's a very incorrect statement, and all it proves is that the person saying it has very little knowledge about equine science and the ecological needs of the horse. And yet those people have the audacity to tell me that I clearly know nothing and I need to educate myself and I need to go spend time in a barn. And I'm not saying that I'm the top horse expert in the world or anything.
Celebrities love golf, but some of them really love golf to the point where they've actually purchased golf courses. I've played 4 different celebrity-owned golf courses from least famous to most famous celebrity. My goal is to find out if these courses are actually any good and crown the best celebrity golf experience. Starting in, I am in Darndale, Arkansas, the home of John Daly. This is where John grew up, and he happens to own a public golf course called the Lions Den. First impressions, it looks pretty relaxed, just like a normal backcountry municipal golf course. Let's get checked in.
Inside safe, we have spent how much, Karen? How much? 400 million to house?
She gave me like one of those like things to like do the pasta, mozzarella. She gave me with the mozzarella once. You're not special, okay? I wasn't expecting you to.
A lot of people have been having a difficult time with trying to figure out how to make better aces. Now, a lot of people.
Every stage of life, greater awaits. Bank OZK. We can't hire you right now, but we'll keep you in mind. Keep me in mind.
It's a good day for a good deal at Outback. A lot of people have been having a difficult time with trying to figure out how to make better aces. Now, a lot of people complain about RNG, but is it actually RNG, or are you making mistakes? So I told the Discord, hey, send me some of your runs, full runs. We will analyze them and see, is it RNG? What mistakes are we making? So we can all learn together. And here's what I found. So let's start off with some good news. Because the good news is, most of you are pretty good, and most of you are on pace to get SS, if not I. So let's talk about why people aren't necessarily making it that far. So let me show you something. Out of the many runs that I've viewed, most points, people are pretty even around Classic year and even into the start of Senior year. So where does it all fall apart? So if I had to categorize, one of the big mistakes that people are really falling into is I think it's a fear of bad RNG happening. And that proceeds to lead to a bunch of other mistakes that I'm going to list right here. The first one is using your items. When you have items, use your items. The big difference I saw between the people that are making SS consistently and struggle to break through maybe S plus or an S or an A plus is the items. Using your items, even if it's one training, is very important. Why? Because that's how you snowball into the right direction. So in this example, you can see that they were about to use the energy item, which they could have used then for the next wit training, but they chose to rest instead. And you can see in these, which are SS ranks, they're using the items just for one training, which is fine. That's what you're supposed to do. Do not be afraid to use those items when you need to. If I had to theorize, it seems as if people are a little hesitant to use items because maybe they're waiting for a better training or they're afraid that the items won't come back in the future when they need it. But the reality is, if you keep racing, you'll get more items. You may not get all the items all the time, and that's how the game works. That's how it's supposed to work. But just keep racing, you get more items, so use the items whenever you have a good trainer. Now, a big thing that I saw for people that were not making SS rank is low wit. You're not training wit enough early on in the career. Trying to get around level 3 wit as early as possible is a good way to snowball your wit in a good direction because you can't use wit somewhere. So you really want to snowball your wit as early as possible. In this example, you can see it was a choice between 2 speed or 1 wit. And choosing the 1 wit is actually a good choice because you need to start to snowball that wit in the beginning. Now, of course, you're not always going to do that, and you do want the friendships up as much as possible. But if you can have the option between a stat that's ahead and a wit training, you can get the wit training up. Now, a very simple fix that you can do is don't buy items until you check the training. I see this all the time, and you could run into the situation where, oh, damn, if I check the training, I could have bought this item and then I got a double rainbow. But instead, I bought these items and now I checked the training and I realized, oh, I missed out. And those small mistakes, they add up. How many times have you ended up with 1100 speed or 1000 speed or 1000 wit? A couple more rainbows, then you're at a new rank. Check your training, then buy items. Now, another common mistake that I saw was not prioritizing bonds enough. And it seems like a lot of people do find themselves feeling a little bit more pressure to get enough races in, and in the beginning, well, they're not skipping enough races to actually get the bonds up. You know how many times I don't get barbecue in the beginning shots? You're going to have to skip some races. So don't be afraid to skip races in the beginning if it means that you're getting your bonds up. Because bonds are more important than the races because you are here to train an Uma. You are not here to race. Racing is the means to better train your Uma. But what's the point of racing more if you can't even train your Uma? You really want at least your strong cards be activated before summer, but you really want just all of them to be activated before summer. So in the beginning, especially junior year, you got to skip a race. Skip a race if it means getting good bonds. Generally, the rule of thumb that I use, if I get a chance for training with 3 different bonds, I'm taking the friendships. But sometimes, when one friend is really left behind, you're going to have to train them. And that's just the sacrifice you're going to have to make. The next tip really kind of depends on your own play style. Some of you need to be more flexible, and some of you need to be more rigid. But I think for most people, you should probably be a little bit more flexible. How do you do that? Step 1, you should not always feel pressure to race. Racing is just to get you more items so you can have better trainings. And I think learning what a good training is really is what you should be working on. Now, some people use the 40 stat method, and that is because if you race, you're going to get 13 to 18 to 20 stats, depending on what race you're doing. And then you have the option to buy additional stats in the shot. Now, that's not how it always works, but that's the idea behind it. But start off by learning if my stat lines are behind of where I want them to be, how do I get them ahead? Now, you can gamble with racing, and that is the ideal scenario, but sometimes you should just train. Now, this also leads to the next point where sometimes some of you, I think you're just racing too much. Now, racing a lot is not necessarily a bad thing, but if you're going to do 40 plus races and reach the stat line, that's a high roll. If you're not running a lot of runs per day, gambling on a high roll is pretty tough. So sometimes you should skip out on some races so you can actually focus on the stats. Now, I'm not saying that it can't be done. I'm just saying if you find yourself running a lot of races and not hitting the stat line, just reel it in a little bit. If you find yourself hitting the stat line and not running a lot of races, just learn to add a few more races here and there. Now, ironically, I also think you guys don't race enough. And what I mean by that is, 1, you should really be racing if you don't have any training items and your stats are in an okay place. If your stats are really far behind, run maybe that anyway, but don't be afraid of bad events happening. If you got to run 3 or 4 or 5 races, that's fine. Stuff that the items are going to pop up that you need. Especially around the end of the year, it's a very good time just to run it down. If you're going to off a move, well, running is going to give you the chance to get more items to bounce back. And you have the chance for interviews to bounce your move back anyway. Don't be afraid to run it down. I've said this before, but remember that summertime is for balancing your stats out, not just for big numbers. Now, of course, during the first summer, if you can get one stat ahead, well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. So, example, if you get your speed ahead in the first summer, you don't have to worry about speed anymore until, well, maybe next summer. Say you're never clicking power during the run, well, summertime is maybe where you need to click power. So remember that you really want to try to balance out your stats a little bit more, or at least pick up the lagging ones if you are struggling with getting more of a balanced stat sheet. Now, there are some smaller things that really kind of start from the very beginning, and here are some of them. Now, mistake number one is going to rub people the wrong way, and that is you got to save your carrots from spending on Uma so much. Now, I know it's fun. We like them all, we love them all, but there's a lot that you want. When your deck is not strong and you have 40 Umas, it's a hard time because then you're complaining about, well, I can't even build the Umas. So are you really having the best time? Now, if you're one of the people that are pulling on all the Umas and you're fine with not having a strong deck, hey, do your thing. You play the game however you want to play it. But if you came to this video and you're figuring out, hey, I want to make stronger Umas, I want to be better, I want to make higher ranks, yada, 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 well, you need a stronger deck. You don't need a strong deck. You don't need to spend money. I don't spend money on the deck, but you need a stronger deck. Which leads into mistake number two. Mistake number two is choosing better decks. Now, one of the things is that depending on the parents that you have and the growth rates of your Uma, sometimes the deck that you're choosing, well, you're never going to get the stat lines that you were looking for. And sometimes you are making the best of your stat lines with the deck that you're choosing, and that's fine. But sometimes you need to experiment a little bit more of, okay, maybe I'll try 3 wit, or maybe I'll try 2 power. Because if you're choosing speed sparks, well, you don't need 3 speed cards. Right? If you have 20% rose rate, you definitely don't need speed sparks. So if you can start this snowball from the very first click, you're just going to have a much easier time getting to the stat lines that you want to get to. Without worrying, oh, my speed is so far behind, and now I need to play catch up. The other most common complaint that I hear is saying, I don't have the parent for it. You don't need good parents, especially in track leagues. You just need good enough parents. And if you watch the parent video that I posted, you can see some easier ways to make better parents, but essentially, just add a 2-star or a 3-star Uma that you have, borrow a really strong 3-star, and now you have a good enough parent. Regardless of how your new parent turns out, it's going to be good enough because it's going to have almost plus 42 stats in whatever stat that you really need. So don't feel like you need the perfect parent to make good Umas, because you definitely do not. Overall, people aren't really making that many big mistakes. I mean, when we do the VOD reviews on stream, there's not really times that we really point out big mistakes. It's just kind of a bunch of small things. A click here and there, a couple of rainbows, and most of the time, people are just 2, 3, 4 rainbows off from an SS. Really figuring out, okay, how do we kind of stay consistent, mainly through senior year, is kind of the big change that a lot of people need to make. Now, of course, there's a much wider range of people out there, and if you want to participate in them, join the Discord. You'll see the announcement on how we do that, and check out the streams. Maybe we'll check out your VOD and figure out what. Star Wars has gone woke.
All right, so today we are going.
I spent $1,000 on an engine. You know, the new Gotcha game that just came out, and there's no 50-50 to character. Yeah, that game might have been the stupidest idea that I've ever had, but I have my reasons. So in this video, I'm going to show you exactly what my $1,000 is able to get me, and whether it was worth it or not. Spoiler alert, I think you know the answer. I'm spending $1,000 today in this game. I think we start off with buying out the shop. How much will that be? Calculator. That's 100 plus 50 plus 30 plus 15 plus 5 plus 20.
Things have reportedly completely fallen apart between Fernando Mendoza and the Raiders, after growing pressure from sponsors pushed the organization into a shocking decision. And now, following reports of his release from the team, Mendoza is allegedly reacting in ways that are making the entire situation even messier. So what is really happening behind the scenes? Fernando Mendoza was not supposed to be here. He was not a five-star recruit. He was not scouted by the powerhouses. He was not even on most programs' radar. Rated a two-star prospect out of Columbus High in Miami, Mendoza was overlooked by most of the Power Five. Those same programs did not extend to scout.
This guy just goes by. This guy just goes by the name of Taurus, and there's a reason for that. He has the strongest grip.
I've worked in Paris a million times, but never really seen it. This time, I will. Bonjour, j'aimerais que vous accueillir une fois dans notre hôtel. With my Wells Fargo autographed journey card, I earn rewards wherever I book travel. This time, I'm going to museums. Okay.
Yeah, but it is.
Shopping. Souffle. Petanque.
Earn rewards wherever you book travel. The autographed journey credit card from Wells Fargo. Terms apply.
This guy just goes by the name of Taurus, and there's a reason for that. He has the strongest grip on the planet. This isn't just strength. It's precision, control, and the kind of raw power that makes you speechless.
Okay. It's really tough to validate a claim that you're stronger than someone else based on doing lifts that like no one's ever done except for you or two other people. I guess you could have like the Guinness Book of World Records come in and world record all of your odd lifts, but it's tough to compare stuff like this. Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength. I used to be a professor of exercise and sports science until the giant controversy that ended that career. Google it. And then I also did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu until the gigantic, crazy controversy that my lawyer is still sorting through that ended that career. But what people don't know about me is I had a very short career at being a stuntman and an actor and pound for pound the world's strongest human. That career lasted about 30 seconds and went exclusively in the planning phase in my head because I found out that today's gentleman of the day about who this video is about exists. Scott, what's his name?
Ben Galbert, aka Hercules.
Ben Galbert is his name. His nickname is very polite Hercules. Let's find out what he's all about, and let's see if his claims to being the strongest pound-for-pound human on the planet have ever intersected with really the International Powerlifting Federation's best lifters. There's freeze in that call. 3, 2, 1. Stuntman time. What the hell just happened? What makes this easier than it seems is that gravity is helping him with the weight he has in his hands, that weight's being pulled down, offset. And gravity is also pulling his entire body, which is a big offset. And that's only 455-ish pounds on the bar, so his body is kind of, if you incorporate all the weights variously, yeah, I guess it's all the weights incorporating the whole gravity segment there. That means like 160-ish pounds off of that, and then another 135 pounds off of that. That is a bending bar. I don't know what kind of fake weight that is, but that's a thing. But so it's not as much load as you would think that he's lifting. But the unbelievable psychotic amount of balance and coordination you have to push up against something when you're upside down and still lift a crap load of weight is nuts. Even getting in that position is really hard. So this is intense. Very intense. Very circus vibes. And there's a Thomas Inch dumbbell back there, that giant dumbbell with the Coke can handle you guys see. Also circus vibes. And then a hack squat. Not so circus. Okay, Alex Honnold said you have 3 to 5 business days to respond or I'll crawl up your, well, you know, you can crawl anywhere. Remember what this looks like? Yes, we do. That's right. Hopefully we'll have that on the screen as well. Holy shit. That's cool, man. That takes a shitload of grip strength to be able to do that. It takes a lot of lat strength, a lot of pressing strength. This is dope. So in the industry, these are called odd lifts. They're not typical. They're not standardized. Usually, there's not like a world ranking on them. And so on the one hand, these are all unreal impressive feats. On the other hand, it's really tough to validate a claim that you're stronger than someone else based on doing lifts that like no one's ever done except for you or 2 other people. So very impressive, but tough to get a feel for how limit strong somebody is. And I'll tell you guys this, the limit strength can be tested very well in a couple of things. One is you can just post reps of standard technique lift in the gym, like close grip bench or something, underhand pull-ups with weight for a few repetitions with standard good technique. Then a lot of people can compare themselves to you. The other way to do it, and really the gold standard, is to do strongman and really like the sport of powerlifting. Powerlifting at the squat, bench press, and deadlift. It trains multiple angles and vectors of how strong you are. And if you're like really one of the strongest people on the planet, you should be able to squat, bench, and deadlift a lot. And the thing is, like, it's all fun and games until you see like the top International Powerlifting Federation lifters do the thing, many of whom are drug-free. It's just really wacky because there's like 120-pound girls that squat more than 405 to depth. You got to make sense of that somehow. And so we're all real and strong until an IPF lifter walks in, and then we're like, I don't know if I lift weights or not. I'd love to see how that compares to some of those folks in the more traditional lifts. But he sure is doing his goddamnness to do some really awesome shit. All right. Point of view. Your 007 tucks slightly ribbed, pulse steady because you're so cool. The reactor core is humming like it's 5 minutes from deleting civilization. I can almost tell you with certainty that ChatGPT wrote that because ChatGPT talks like that. You trip the sensor walking through a door. Click. Red laser beams spider web across the floor like a billionaire's security system on cocaine. Tom Cruise. Only thing saving you is 8mm molding. That got about exciting real fast. The laser short circuit in 10 seconds. Why would they do that? Do you survive? Let's find out. So that takes a shitload of tricep and lat strength and abdominal strength and hip flexor strength just to have you in that planche position, or that's called, and crazy amounts of finger strength and grip strength as well, obviously. That is absolutely the appropriate reaction to that shit. The RP Hypertrophy app comes with dozens of training programs from 2 days of training per week all the way up to 6 days of training, with specialized programs included for shoulders, arms, chest, back, legs, abs, and glutes, each one with male and female options. You get them all and can use them as often as you like, even building off of them to make your own customized versions for only about $1 a day. Click on the link in the description of the video to get started. Same guy? He looks more jacked now, but I guess he got a haircut and it made his arms look bigger. Huge forearms. How to get savage biceps. All right, let's find out. Oh my God. Guys, listen. He's clearly being sarcastic. I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Don't do that. The probability of injury is high. The probability that you summate enough tension to your biceps to get bigger notably is low. Just do bicep curls and all kinds of different pulling exercises. Don't do that. This is incredibly impressive. Those were 300-pound plates between his legs. That's some shit pretty much damn near no one does.
Where do we stand with the isometric hold situation?
That's a great question, Scott. Do isometric holds cause muscle growth? They probably cause muscle growth. They probably don't cause as much muscle growth or as much functional adaptation like stuff in the real world as dynamic lifts do. Concentric, eccentric, and isometric. So if you like doing concentric, oh good God, if you like doing isometric holds, that's totally cool. They will grow some muscle. They will make you stronger, but you probably get better results just doing dynamic lifting. So definitely nothing special to it if you're interested in that sort of thing.
Upon opening the book, something shifted. As she read, her thoughts rearranged. Explore your story.
Chipotle honey chicken is back. Grilled chicken, chipotle peppers, and pure honey. It takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Linton can't stop what's growing in the office fridge.
My eyes are watering.
I think you're making us mad.
Oh,
But we can help you grow in your career. LinkedIn is the network that works for you.
Paramount Plus is now the home of all your favorite states.
What?
Yes, plus a whole world of original series, movies, and live sports.
this takes us to the next level.
Oh, same family.
Yelling.
I know I watch porn and love the digital world, but I can't stand that shit. That's why I'm here in person, banging away.
Well, someone was upset, I guess. But Scott, we're in the digital world because we're not in person now,
Yeah, it's true. There was that shot of us.
I guess. All right. This is 672 pounds between his legs and 165 pounds body weight. This is insane. I am predicting he just does the grip thing because I don't think there's anything you can do with this much weight other than just hang there for maybe several seconds. Yeah. He does have huge hands, Scott. You see how big his hands are?
4, 5, 6, 7.
I think your grip wouldn't be even the limiting factor at that point. It would be like your shoulder capsule. Scott, wouldn't that be the thing that pissed you off the most if you hung like that?
Like ripping out.
Yeah.
Like even if I dead hang, like not warmed up from a pull up my shoulders, like how?
Yeah. 100%.
How?
100%. That's a lot.
How does it? How do you know how a person's joints? Like how do they not rip off? Like I don't.
Yeah. You gotta work up to that. Yeah, he's built for the shit. Oh my God, that's really hard. So that's a 50-kilogram plate which weighs 110 pounds and is incredibly thin, and there's really nowhere to grab it, and so somehow he's magically grabbing it. Wild. Wild. How's he doing with grip strength stuff against Magnus Midbug, huh? Gotta be pretty close here with these fellas.
And that's what 4 fingertips.
Yeah. Yikes. He does have the homo swag completely on lock. Oh my lord. Is he smoking a cigar? So guys, what's tough about that is, first of all, doing a pull-up with one arm is damn near impossible for most people. Second of all, hanging isometrically at that part of it is damn near impossible for most people. And also, that is an incredibly difficult piece of equipment to grip because it's like soda can size. So of all those 3 things, I can do 0 of those. But apparently Ben can do all 3. Wild. Oh boy. So this is an axle bar, which means, again, it's the width of a Coke can. He's got like 1 trillion pounds on there. It's the only way that weight won't bend a bar is if the bar is that thick. Holy shit. All right, what's he doing with it? My whole shit is like, man, you're gonna put all those plates on a bar just to do that and take them off? I guess if that's what he's doing. I mean, that's incredibly impressive. Unbelievably impressive. I wouldn't watch that thing at all, one way or another. Sure as shit, not with my grip, man. This guy's grip is absolutely legendary. The thing about grip is there's a couple factors that are involved. One is just nervous system neural strength. Another one is like muscles and muscle architecture. Some people just build a little bit different. Their insertions and origins are a little off, and it gives them a crazy amount of grip strength. Another one is muscle size. Like the bigger your forearm, the better. But also your length of your hand matters a ton. If you have much longer fingers, the leverage advantage for an even grip skyrockets. If you have little baby hands, you can have really strong forearms, and it's not going to mean a whole lot. Folks, there is still more video to come, but we have a members section where you can pay a little bit more money and get a bunch of other content, including this video, but with the jokes that we can't put on YouTube, and I always see some shit I'm not supposed to be. See you there. All right, back to the video. Okay. I guess this is like exactly as difficult as having the weight be anywhere on the bar. So having it hang off like that is like cool novelty. It doesn't really communicate any kind of strength. But double overhand for 516 pounds on a bar of that thickness is just totally, completely insane. Yeah. People who can do that typically are like world's strongest man competitors and weigh like 380. I sure don't weigh 160. I do like that he has a tongue-in-cheek about the world records. I guess you could have like the Guinness Book of World Records come in and world record all of your odd lifts. Again, it's tough to compare stuff like that. That's I know so little about climbing, I can barely appreciate this, Scott.
It's like watching BJJ at a high level.
Yeah,
where
you're
they're just like on top of each other.
Yeah, who's winning? Ben Galper. Unreal, man. Totally unreal. What I would love to see, fantasy world vision of mine, is for this young man to do some standardized lifts. I would love to see what he can squat to depth for even a set of 5, a set of 10, a set of 1. I would love to see a strict pull-up with body weight and external weighting for a few reps, just to kind of see what that looks like. I would love to see some kind of press. I didn't see any pressing, I don't think. And I think this guy's capable of like pressing a shitload. I would love to see some kind of, just even a strict incline close grip of like 275 at a 160-pound body weight. It's psychotic. I'd love to see some stuff like that, just so my stupid meathead brain could put into context exactly how strong he is, because the grip stuff's super impressive. The hanging stuff is super impressive, but what about all that stuff in the middle? That's what I want to know. And when I find out, I will be able to rate if this young man really is a strongest human come from hell, which is a big thing. In any case, I've yapped enough. Folks, if you have any impressive people on the internet that require reviewing, shoot them in the comments. Let us know who they are. We might put the skeptical eyes on them and say, damn, that's pretty goddamn good. All right. I rate Ben a Hollywood stuntman. Very impressive lifting. Out of 10. That's not really a rating, is it? Nah, they really aren't. See you guys next time. All right, that was really fun. Scott, I'm feeling exceptionally weak for my size.
Yeah, you're not doing this much shit.
I'm sorry. Do you guys know what I am doing? Yapping more on this video right here. Give it a click and we'll see you next.
We might do some fast runs and replace you. What the heck? Okay, how do you go there? I hate this thing. I was so not prepared today. So not prepared. There we go. Okay. Alright, and put this forward. Three in my waiting room. Here we got Doc Roxas first. Yes. And we'll get on to it. Let's just get right into these runs. Alright. One win ticket coming. Hey, Envo, it's going all right. We're just trying to make it, I guess. I'm just exhausted from these CMs, man. I have trash parents and or parents, and I'm just realizing I'm screwed for the mile. Like, I am super screwed on the mile. Like, I have nothing. I can try, and Marita Taishin, I'm gonna hate. I'm gonna hate running her. I did a couple test runs, and yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We have no time. We literally have like 2 weeks. Like, seriously, I mean, I've never had a mile parent. The only reason I won my other miles was because of luck, man, and being able to spam so many runs, which I cannot do. I feel like I'm screwed in track laser. What's the problem? Trying to get her to win races with the guts build early on. You start with such low power with the guts build. You start with such low power. Like, I'm kind of regretting now. Like, I need to stop listening to chat. Telling me that she's going to be meta. Yeah, she might be meta, but she's impossible to freaking build, man. She sucks to build. Takes so much. I can't even get a high roll with the normal build. I don't even look for, like... Thing is, I haven't even made it to a first inspiration on any of my trial runs, let alone past it. The thing is, I don't have mile sparks because I don't want to do the parent runs anymore. I'm done with the parents. I'm like, I'm good enough. They're good enough. We got a turf and a mile spark on the parents. That's it. Oh, I mean, even when I do guts build, if you haven't seen my guts builds, I did a guts build where I maxed speed and power and still only got like 600 guts because the guts cards suck to run. Like, I'm like, how is my guts so low on a guts build? It's because the speed cards are the ones that actually show up. Even if it's just Kita-san by herself. I'd get better rainbows with Kita-san by herself than the guts would ever give me. Yeah, I'm thinking I might do hybrid with 2 speed. But the problem if I do 2 speed, I feel like I'll max power too quickly. Now, every time I've done guts builds, Kita-san actually plays nice and actually lands on speed. The guts card just never land on gut. I mean, realistically, I don't need to try hard. I already have Gemini Cup Platinum. It's a little star, big deal. I literally could just not try at all in the next few if I really don't want to. I already have the Platinum for them all. Taurus Cup's the only one I don't have. And I'm already kind of screwed here. It's not a jobber mindset. Jobbers aren't working on parents at all. I don't have parents. What do you mean it's a jobber mindset? I can't build them. I could get away with crappy parents in Unity Cup because I could do freaking 300-400 runs to get the luck that I need. can't do a million runs of aces. And the ace runs are miserable. The most miserable thing. Like, I just don't even, it makes me not even want to play doing it. Goldsy sucks. I'm not running Goldsy anymore. I don't even want to run Taishin. Like, I'm really regretting pulling for Mr. CB. I need to stop letting chat change my mind on things. I have a plan, and I need to stick with it, man. I gotta stick with my plans and stop listening to people. Because when I don't listen to people, I win. I get good aces. Yeah, I hate gold. She would not go correctly. No matter what I did, she just sucked. I mean, I don't like end closes in general in track laser. With parent runs, yeah, but with ace runs, we did ace runs all yesterday night, and I got nothing out of it. Zero. Nothing. The thing is, parents, when I eventually hit, they have future value. These aces have zero value after the fact. Ace runs are miserable. They are literally, they're terrible. And they take so goddamn long. It's they're so slow to get to the glue stage. Because here's the thing, this is why I like parent runs. On parent runs, I don't need to get medium S, I don't need to get any of that crap. All I need to do is get ignited wit, which I get like 80% of the time. That's it. Just get ignited wit, and I consider it a good run. And I'll go all the way to second inspiration for it. Yeah, like I could just not even participate in I have the platinum. Like, I don't know. It feels miserable. I really don't want to deal. I really don't. I literally want to just grind Ines Mugen run until I finally get a hit. Like, the reason I'm so far behind on parents is because all I did was grind aces in Unity Cut. Because I never took the time to heavily grind parents. I'm not quitting the game. I just want to do parent runs. I mean, I just want to get my parents better. I've already got the platinums for the rest of the CMs that we're going to be doing in Track Laser. I'm exhausted. I got no sleep last night. And I'm not looking forward to this run today. I just don't like losing. I'm so competitive, man. I'm way too competitive to not. Like, you could almost call it an addiction to a certain extent. I don't like losing. I literally don't like. This is going to be miserable when I lose Taurus Cup, because I'll never get another shot at it. I just never get another shot. All right, Kaizuko, you're next. I gave up on the enclosure. I don't know how people are doing the enclosure runs. They're miserable. You've seen it yourself. You've seen it yourself. I mean, you've seen the problem. I don't know how else to explain it. Everybody's seen it. I'm not doing no open league. No way. You know how much more I have to try hard to do good in open league? Hell no. Hells to the no. Then I gotta actually really think about skills and only going to 8. Yeah, no way I would ever do Perfect League. I mean, front runners feel bad to do too because I can't get the stats no matter what I do. And when I do get the stats, which I'll get the stats like every about 1 out of 15 runs, I miss something else. The thing is, the reason you never see me actually have high stats on any of my finished runs is because they die on the second inspiration most of the time. Day 1 go, not good. Not good. I mean, I made it, but I'm not looking forward to round 2 at all. Round 2 is going to be miserable. That heavy all yes, I know, but no everybody tells me to work on my parents and not my grandparents, even though I don't have grandparents. So I don't know what to do. I need to do my own advice and actually work on my freaking grandparents. Like I'm wasting my borrows building subpar parents right now. And El Condor Posix, I'm working on an El Condor Pasa right now. Oh my god, she's losing like every goddamn race, I swear to god. She's terrible. The thing is, all I need is one more good great-grandparent. One more. One more good great-grandparent, and I can grind infinitely. All I need is one. One more hit, and I can grind infinitely.
We got shocking news.
Shocking.
Laurie Jenkins had electrical circuits.
Full circuits of
You can call us for help with your outlet.
Electrical panel, lights,
and so much.
Mr. Jimmy's told me our electricians are electrified. 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 Call Morris Jenkins.
That's the biggest problem right now, is I rely on borrows for my parents. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just need one more good hit, and I'm good to go. It's miserable not having it. Feels so bad. No, nah, I gave up. I just said I can't do it. I just can't. I have no motivation to do this. Last night just was so bad that I just said I can't do it. I don't have it. I don't have it in me to do it right now. And it doesn't help. Even though I'm not in my busy time for work, it's still a nightmare for me right now too. speed's not the all catch-all solution. I mean, everybody thinks she's a big solution. She's good because she has a good goal, but I'm not going to
Let's see if
rely
we
on her for
can
getting
see if we can get a good
started.
parent, another good parent out of her. Tell what, huh?
Wait, Victoria Frontier? What do you mean? Oh, Umos. The thing is, after we saw the Silent Suzuka yesterday, I feel a lot better. I wanted to see how we go today. I think the first ticket was just bad luck because of not having Silent Suzuka push me forward. So he's taking a break from Uma overall. So he's not even going to do JP? Or is he taking a break from Global? Dude, I feel like I have a shot. I haven't given up on it yet, but I'm just like, I don't want to try. Like, I want to work on my parents. Like, I don't get how people don't get that. I'm not content with my parents, or even the grandparents for it. So I want to work on those. Like, or I'm just going to be in this never-ending loop. Unity Cup. I complained about it all the entire time in URA and Unity Cup. My parents suck. My parents suck. My parents suck. And guess what? They still suck. They still suck. And everybody wants it. The problem is I can't just keep doing runs in Track Laser like I did in Unity. I don't have the advantage of being able to do.
He's a crybaby, bro.
He hates Matt. Ah, okay. I mean, I like making a new track. I don't hate it. I just hate Ace Run. I hate Ace Run. I said I was worried about it before it started for Aces, and I was completely right there. We might. I might just use my Summer Maruzenski with my Mihono burner when I'm out of borrows to try and make parents. She's not as good as any of the borrows I can get, but she is good enough. I do have two. She's not as good as I'd like. I do have Ines Bujins. Let me see. I'm just looking through my stuff I have right now. Nah, I gave up. I just don't have time. It's just not fun. Just, it's just miserable to run the runs. Looking through my things here right now. Two 5-0s in a row, nice. Yeah, I might do better today. We'll just have to see how my runs go.
They told you to block out the north. The rise above the view. Watch. But on rival.
Gotta go. I'm wondering what Uma I'll need to do. What run are we on? How many runs are you into anyway? I've not been paying, like, I've been watching your runs, but I've not paid attention to what you're starting with. I've been trying to dual task this. Where are we at here? Let's see how Twitch is doing. Is everything good on Twitch? Yeah. Gemini Cup Aces. I'm trying to get better grandparents. I'm building my Honda bourbon, or not bourbon, a Congo pasta right now. For it. Okay, we're on the fourth. Okay, good. I'm multitasking it because I just feel like I don't have time. So its title says day one. Oh yeah, let me change that. I just like started it because it didn't let me change the name. I had to refresh it. Time crunch. I mean, I'm just debating. I think I'm going to just need to loop my Summer Bobby Zensky with my, what do you call it? Oh, that you got it, I think they're right. Or was that? No. Oh, no. That was not your Mikado Bourbon first. It's such a small screen right now. The goal sheet, I gave up on it. Goal sheet just collapsed. Goal sheet proved to be terrible, like I knew she would. And all she did was hold back my front runners. All she was doing was helping the other end closers, but she was behind them the entire time. Okay, let's see, who's next? Oh man, we got a lot of people here. Hudson, the Bear next. Hey, oh, we actually have someone that wants to chat. I'm going. What you got? Kind of. It's kind of I'll have it down too. Alright, let me check you up a little bit.
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. I'm just turning it up. Stream.
Okay. So, it's a bit of a tragedy of everything I miss, but wanted to build.
It works the mind?
No, I don't know. Who knows? I did get a really good win rate. I'll just go through really quickly what I got. This summer special week was literally like the afternoon before the CM release. I was just doing it kind of for fun, and she actually just winning like all my races. I don't even know why, to be honest. She's done nothing in her kit, but
I mean, it is round one. We'll have to see how
Yeah.
well.
yeah, we get up on everyone, and then everyone else is just kind of struggling. I think we did get double spring runner, of course, Menace. Forget what she has natively. Okay, hit the Uma stand. The one thing is, yeah, no Uma stand special week, and then no like Excel unique or speed unique.
Yeah.
And then this gold chip is a lot of Excels. We got the Derek chip, but so we did get S on the ball. So it's
I mean, technically, my win rate was bad yesterday, but if you take away my first ticket where I didn't use my season gun, I won, 13 out of 15, I think. So, I have to think of it that way. That first ticket doesn't count, because gold ship held me back. My gold ship was trash. And it basically proved you need silent season gun to push your front runner.
yeah. Last year I ran Taurus Scarlet, and I did manage to win Group 8 finals without sacrifice to the gun. It was kind of lucky, but I did slay two Christmas Ogres, so that was nice. But they were not like Omega whales.
I think my biggest problem, too, is I hate needing two parent carrots. I'm needing angling and scheming and not exempt scheme. Because it changes what I have as options. I have good parents for not needing those two.
Oh yeah, I was reading in chat earlier. That guy was like, I can only do ace one thing at a time. Prepare runs. I'm like, brother, I feel you.
I have time for parent runs. We're only 5 borrows a day.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to.
I'm really just wanting that second good grand parent. Because then I can infinitely grind them. I mean, I have a Summon Maruzenski. She's not as good. Like, the borrows are so much better as great grandparents that it makes anything I use on my side, if I don't borrow, feel bad.
No, it's not. I mean, for people who are just kind of like lower invested like me, it's like I'm still using Unity Cup grandparents. Like it's but okay, yeah, what's going on? Oh, forehead alert. Okay, hold on. Pay attention. Is it? Well, that was a late clock though. Okay.
Yeah, I don't care. You can always turn it on. I don't care.
No, I think the ogre's got it.
Well, they were a lucky pace, weren't they? I think they were lucky pace.
Oh man, what even shit.
Hit unique instead of gain, lose position. Yeah. Late surgers are those gamblers.
Oh. Yeah, 2 front, 2 base, 6 lates, 1 end. Yeah. Yeah, these always get caught.
Yeah, I just need to see how to do today. Like, I feel like I just getting that first ticket just put me in a terrible mood yesterday.
It happened. Yeah, I used to. No, I used to like, I was just so scared sometimes. I would just like close my eyes and just skip every race when I'm like, oh, I just can't bear to see them looking at me. I was just like, oh, I've got better now. It's good to face you.
Lifestyle of feel more you than ever without compromise. That's what makes you, you.
And it's like the fight for Cup is just so crazy. These heavyweights are July's. Yeah, I built a nice natured cheerleader, but then she just didn't have enough stamp, and I just wasn't sure what card to use to get like a gold recovery because I don't have Super Creek MLBL. And I don't know. I was trying to use that graffiti win card to get, was it Lion win? I need to launch zippers this. Yeah, it's not looking good here. I mean, paces are pretty good when there's no front. Yeah, the lucky pace. Oh, sure. Oh. The 4 out of 5 ticket gave me fresh, yeah. I think everybody abandoned me after that 1 out of the 5 ticket. My audience went down. That's because I started panic building instead of actually doing my runs. I just kept doing runs. Spider really panic. And day 2 may go better, who knows? And the thing that I hate with this, I mean, Tokyo 2400, the problem is because of Maruzenski's ult, like anybody can win, even the jobbers, much easier. They just get lucky and hit if they're in the right placing, and it doesn't matter how terrible their Uma was in the mid game. If every Uma is terrible at their mid game, then whoever's the least terrible will probably be in the best position as a late surger, and if they just hit, they hit. Gosh, these clusters are so funny. Oh, that's your bullshit, right? Oh, the Amazon, holy. No, but I stand out. Dang. What are they eating there?
Right.
They just need Suzuka King. I mean, we've seen that with mine. Suzuka can carry you. The couple times I lost, wasn't it to other front runners? I don't think I was losing to end closers and late surgers anymore after I used Suzuka. It was other front runners beating out mine.
More pace, 110. Solid. Case Scarlet. Two solid front players.
Yeah, without it, yeah, it's just lottery. I mean, we saw it. It was clear as day on that first ticket. That's why I'm not even counting it. If you want to count my true win rate, I'm pretty sure it's 13 out of 15. Because I think it's either that or 12 out of 15. Yeah, I had 13 total, so it's 12 out of 15. Because I had one win in the first ticket. Still not a good win rate by any means, what I would like. But it's a heck of a lot better than what I was doing with the other setup. Yeah, I think I tried building an OG Maruzenski and she didn't feel that good. It was kind of funny though. Yesterday, on one of the runs, my Silent Suzuka almost won. She was second place only to my Mihono Bourbon and barely. But that was one of my Scorpio Cup ones that had a decent amount of. I think she had a lot of stamina. She was overstand. Was that yours? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we got that.
I did not. I got 1, 2, 3. We got it. I don't know how that. This is kind of very good.
All right, last one.
Oh.
And they both caught music on the final straight. And they're dueling. McQueen in first, KO in second. Don't ship nowhere to be found. Please.
But you know what? I'm not going to talk about this one. Once the game's been out longer, I'd rather just kick ass with dodge and dodge. Can you just, like, import them? Or do you have to, like, draw it manually?
Excuse me. Man, I don't want to play the game. I want to play it. I mean, I'm playing the game, but I need to switch games because this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not burnt out on Trailblazer, but like I need to take a break. Does that make sense? We've been trailblazing for like 6 hours now. So I need to take a break. I appreciate everybody watching, coming hanging out with your boy, going run for run. Unfortunately, we did not make the A main for round two, just barely, by the way. On the last three cards, on the last two cards, we could have made it, but we got edged out in the third race each time by like half a length or a neck. So we didn't make it there, but we are going heading on to the second round of B, which goes live in like 12 hours or something, right? It's not long. I don't think. Let's see. Not long. Yeah. So, I mean, we'll definitely, like I said, we'll definitely get into the second round, uh, B round. But let's go ahead and do some runs. I wasn't able to forge any new parents. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Um, let's roll. Yeah. I'm going to end this stream and start a new stream because we are currently sitting at 5 hours and some change. And I want to start a new stream for the runs. So just hang on, chill out, uh, and I'll be right back to the channel. I'm literally gonna end the stream and start a new stream like within 10 seconds. All right. So just hang out. I appreciate y'all again watching. This game is like the most competitive, non-competitive game I've ever played in my fucking life. Like, think about like MLB the show, right? It's competitive, but not super competitive, but it's really competitive at the same time. That's how this game is, or bowling. Think about it like bowling. That's how this is. It's like it's fun to play, but it's not competitive. But at the same time, it's really competitive at certain times. Anyways, I'm gonna end this stream, like I said, and we're gonna be right back online. So don't go nowhere. I'll be right back.